Welcome back, folks. Minasan, okari nasai. Today is day 23 with WaniKani. 今日は23日目です。So, today might be one of the bigger, longer days, I think. So, we're at 20 review things, but there's also 5 left. I don't think those 5. Maybe. There's a chance we're gonna overlap into 8 p.m. local time here. Largely because I think the vast majority, I typed oil for this yesterday. I think twice actually. I made the error twice. So this little guy is 2 behind. I'm not sure how I like about being able to getting downgraded, making multiple mistakes in a single day. I think making one mistake is a thing. And oh yeah, and the script, yeah, double check script. That's one of the popular ones, which I made a comment about how accounting for typos is more of a user enabled feature here. So I'm not the biggest fan on the lack of a default double check. However, we can always implement a script for that. And then I made the life and arrow mix up 2 days ago, so there's only one behind. I expect to unlock a lot of kanji today. Maybe, and then these kanji, so there's a couple kanji that will be filled as well, which expect will lead into more vocabulary. So today is a fairly long time. We can review our mistakes here in the beginning. So actually, let's do that really quickly. Remind ourselves the stuff. Let's see, what were my errors? Oh yeah, I even wrote it down. So suru. Ooh, that is a very not warm hand right there. So suru, reading problem. I wrote suru as the meaning, right? Didn't read the prompt properly. And so not bad per se. And then I typed oil twice. I don't know why when I think of old I typed oil, but obviously it's not oil. In terms of Oji typed princess instead on a quick reflex. And then Ohio, I wrote by reflex, I typed hello as opposed to good morning, right? Those are the errors I made yesterday. Not deal breakers, nothing really concerning. Generally, in my head, when someone is saying Ohio, right, I interpret it as hello, largely because in the typical situation that I interact with other people who would use Japanese, the time frame can be something worth investigating, but generally speaking, it's very incongruous, a lot of times inconsistent, because it would be the evening for me and it might be in the morning for that person. So oftentimes when I hear Ohayo, I would be saying konbawa, right, in response, right? So oftentimes it translates so quickly that's like, oh yeah, that's a greeting. Well, it's morning for them, but I got to say good evening back, right? At least that's my preference. Instead of going through that little thing like, well, it's morning here, well, it's evening here. I think that is a pattern of speech that tends to portray instantly an impression of selfishness. So I tend to interpret it very, very differently. It's one of those things I notice quite often when it comes to people who talk to each other online, where you can pick out the individuals who adapt automatically by suggesting a form of greeting that's appropriate, projecting outward, as opposed to correcting someone. So this happens quite often online. It's kind of a digression that I talk to myself quite a bit, where when someone says good morning and then the other person is like, well, it's evening here. It's like, well, you could say good evening, right? As opposed to making the other person feel as though they're mistaken for saying good morning, right? It's kind of a thing. It happens a lot. Hopefully I didn't ruin anyone's didn't make anyone hyper focused and insecure about this type of thing. There are different ways it can resolve and whatnot. Personally, I wanted to talk about this a little bit because it does highlight in nearly automatic response in my head when someone says like konbawa, right? Ohio is similar. I typically default to something that's neutral in time, and I'm not sure if that will carry over to Japanese or not, but at the moment, it seems like that's what I'm relying on, which can filter into translation problems. I don't usually actually say good morning and good afternoon to strangers unless we're sharing the same space. So like if I bump into a stranger sharing the same space, I would say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, right? However, if I'm not sharing the space, like online and stuff, I would say hello. And as hello there, Gecko. And as good morning after night. I love that. I love that. So that's how I process like the distinction between different situations, right? There are times that does backfire. Here's a specific example. And you deal with it, right? You learn to talk through it. Occasionally say like, it's almost the holidays, by the way. Lunar New Year is about to happen, right? And I typically use the word or phrase Lunar New Year. And when I interact with other foreigners, sometimes people would say, well, it's Chinese New Year or it's Japanese New Year. The difference is that I know that they refer to it as Chinese New Year or Japanese New Year. And I want to communicate to that other person that I refer to it as Lunar New Year, largely because there are Japanese and Chinese and Americans. So when you say Happy New Year or Happy Chinese New Year, it might not be quite clear what that is to various population, at least for my personal use, right? So I typically default to something that's more inclusive. Not that this represents most Americans. For myself, it's something very important to me. So how did I get into hot waters before as a little tiny story share, which was like a topical thing over last evening about cultural inclusion and whatnot. Sometimes you encounter situations where, like, for example, someone wishes you a Merry Christmas, right? And by default, if I'm applying the same thing as good morning, good afternoon, and whatnot, I would say Happy Holidays. From time to time, there will be moments where someone's like, wait, you can't even wish me a Merry Christmas, right? And obviously, that's coming from a perspective that one must reciprocate the same, like, the same response. And that does happen from time to time. It actually literally did happen on stream multiple times, but not that much. And I would respond with a very cogent response because I've encountered this a lot in my life. So I would, respectfully say, "Oh, I'm sorry if that's important to you. Merry Christmas." I typically use Happy Holidays, largely due to the nature that when I think about holidays, I don't particularly participate in Christmas. My parents and I look at Christmas very differently, and as well, I am surrounded by people who celebrate different things during the same time. So I typically say Happy Holidays, and not as an exclusion or avoidance or fear of selecting a particular holiday, but more as a general response to the people I interact with. So that person felt offended because they thought that I was afraid of taking part in specific favoritism. Like if I say Merry Christmas, then one would be feared and saying, well, not all of us are Christian, or something like that, right? Very selective. And I'm like, no, it's more from a functional standpoint because I did grow up celebrating Christmas with friends and family friends. I also don't observe Christmas with my folks, but we participate in the act of celebrating a holiday that is not one in our own. So that's, something like that. It bleeds down to all my other preferences, especially in language. Like I don't want to sound distinctively Japanese. I want to sound like an American English speaker who speaks Japanese. So for all of its quirks, it allows people to identify me as someone who likes to participate in the Japanese culture and language, but not necessarily adapt and assimilate everything about it. It's a different perspective, but generally speaking, that's what makes me me. So all the things that I talk about tend to be lots of angles, lots of perspectives, because that is what I naturally and am prone to do, right? Does your family celebrate the Lunar New Year? We do. So at some point in the next couple days, my father and mother are going to do their usual routine, maybe put out a little display, eat some traditional foods, and do some superstitious things, like traditional like well-being things that have been held for a long time. And if I were like hosting someone alone, I have adopted those type of ritualistic, so to speak, traditional practices. Like, let's go out, we got to eat our hard-boiled eggs, right? Have our seven I think it's 7. Our 7 course. I don't want to make it sound like you're literally eating courses, but 7-piece something. It shows like harmony and all the elements that usher in the new year, that kind of thing. It centers around food for the most part. Not surprising, I suppose. Because how big of a thing is it for us? It's bigger than the New Year's. It's probably the one thing. It's the second most consistent biggest thing that my folks do at home. My folks also do this one thing in April, which also presents a conflict of interest sometimes with other American people, is the idea of Easter. So in Chinese culture, at least from my parents' culture, they celebrate Qingming, right? Qingming, which is a grave sweeping day. So April, they negotiate with their relatives if either they're gonna go out or my immediate family goes out to sweep the graves of everyone that preceded us. So all our grandparents, our ancestors. So that actually happens on the same time around Easter. in Western cultures, in Christian cultures. So rather than doing something about, the prophet, right, Jesus Christ and whatnots, instead they might do a display. If they're not going to go make it out to the grave, they would do some sort of display or some honoring of the people who preceded us, right? Our grandparents, my late grandparents, and whatnot. And that's something you kind of see in various forms when you're watching like Disney films, like Mulan, for example, the whole idea of having a place. But nowadays, people are not buried in your estate, right? So, we don't go back to the backyard and pay our respects to ancestors. We do have like a makeshift thing in a corner and whatnot, and you can probably see it in Japanese culture as well, right? They have a place, like a sort of a monument or a location where you pay your respects to those who you've outlived, right? And that whole thing is kind of, it's hard to nail down where all of that has become a Chinese thing and a Japanese thing. There is a relationship between Shintoism and the various religions. I want to be very careful here because technically this is a very religion and political stuff in China is a very dynamic process, but Shintoism and all the different things like Taoist, Confucianism, and Buddhism, that type of thing, they all kind of meld together into some sort of pragmatic practice, right? It's in remembrance. So grave sweeping is one of those things, or like ancestral homage and stuff. It's both a pragmatic thing as well. So a lot of times I feel as a diaspora, a child of diaspora, what I see to negotiate between the atheist-centric Chinese, current modern Chinese society and their pragmatic practices there's elements of spiritualism, but they are also incredibly pragmatic in terms of like nationalism, keeping in touch with your roots and your heritage. So I'm not sure about other minorities. Other minorities certainly have those things, like my foray and exposure into the Spanish culture. You have Los Dias de Muerto, right? The Day of the Dead, right? The grave sweeping thing is quite have that similar feel of Day of the Dead. Yeah, Dia de los Muertos. Yeah, Dia de los Muertos. But in grave sweeping, Qingming is in April, which happens to coincidentally line up with Easter. That's one of the ones that I usually highlight because I participated in once or twice because at the time was, I think, a year or two after my last late paternal grandfather passed away. So I no longer have any grandparents. However, I participated in like going to where the burial was, and then we sweeped, make offerings and whatnot. And while there might be this era of atheism, right, for pragmatic reasons in the Chinese government from the outside perspective, there are very pragmatic reasons to remember and pay honor to the people prior, even from a pragmatic standpoint, to boost nationalism, understand your heritage. And unlike, I'm not sure about other minorities, but because of these little things about nationalism and stuff, I personally think, at least if you're a second gen here in the United States, if you happen to embrace your Chinese parents' culture, it kind of amplifies the need to want to connect to your old to your family's heritage. So I can't really speak for others like Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese in the United States, but in Chinese, it's a very strong polar decision. Basically, you either reject and embrace an Americanized way of life, or it's kind of the opposite. And I tend to be the other side, where I want to preserve. I'm a bit of a preservationist when it comes to salad bowl. Become more of a salad bowl than a melting pot, so to speak. All the little bits and pieces of your heritage. So I feel that this is an underrepresented stereotype. It is a stereotype, but it's more of a stereotype brushed between Americans as opposed to a foreigner perspective. Oftentimes, a foreigner perspective, if I would say, more than 50% of people looking from the outside in would suggest that Americans stereotypically have this secondhand concern about their heritage, when the running joke oftentimes between Americans is a hyper concern about preserving their place of origin. So it's kind of a weird situation where when someone says like, oh yeah, this food, I talk about food a lot because on the internet, food is a very lighter issue, like lighter thing. So when stereotypes apply to it, it's not as intense, right? There's not enough as intense emotional attachment, as opposed to like talking about religion and politics, right? But when it comes to food, oftentimes when people say, oh yeah, now you Americans always like adulterate the authentic flair by combining this and this, it's like, don't you have any respect for the heritage in which you acquired those dishes and that knowledge? And the answer is yes and no. Yes, because in my opinion, you understand those dishes, you are more likely to want to create something of a representation of yourself. So oftentimes the hybrid nature and the newness of, well, the United States in general, or people who reside in the United States, they often come up as cheap imitations or cheapened hybridization of their heritage. And that can come off as the stereotype that you don't, have an appreciation at the level of where the place of origin is. And I can kind of understand that. I mean, I won't ever be someone who is raised in China. However, how weighted the identity is can vary dramatically, and the perspective that I have, I would say, is a thing that the internet underrepresents quite a lot, and maybe not as much now, largely due to the more globalization of the non-Chinese internet. However, it would be incredibly presumptuous to understand what the Chinese internet's perspective is on the non-Chinese internet perspective, largely due to very, very real ways that people interact with the internet, right? Korea also has one, and so does Japan. In terms of Europe and, North America, for example, and South America, North America, and Europe is less of a boundary than Japanese, Korean, and Chinese, along with others, but we're talking about like the macro influences. It's not that other cultures are not as important. They can be very important in the future and whatnot, but for now, right, the representation tends to be proportionate to their influence. So in Korea, it's very different. For those who know Korean or are learning Korean, like we're gonna relate this back to language learning. For those who are relating and learning other languages, it can be a great opportunity to try to integrate into it. Japanese have their own circle. They're like, um, you know, government side inclusion circle. China is one of the biggest ones, right? One of the biggest macro exclusions of the current internet, which is Americanized, because this current internet platform is dominated by American centric information. So hear me out here. The thing that you know more about, or you think you know more about, is typically the one that draws the most inconsistencies and also the most criticism and noise. And since I coincidentally happen to be an American, then oftentimes from this side of the perspective, you are the one being criticized and scrutinized and stereotyped far more than the other way around. Now, will that change in the future? Probably, because there are other trending cultures. Now, you know, Japanese behavior and stuff and trending has become a bit of a role model, and they have attracted lots of criticisms, pedestal raising, and whatnot, right? The really big asterisk now is, though, Japan, Korea, and China are face culture people. So a public image is rather instilled as a paramount, you know, as a priority. I was talking to Churn the other day about hypotheticals. Like, you know, he showed me a clip where it demonstrated the quote-unquote implicit incompetence of American representatives, right? Or maybe their lack of knowledge about very specific niche topics, and would insist a little commentary on how do these people lead the country. And my first thought is, well, they lead the country, but it's not solely based on the thing they don't know about. Like, for example, is it necessary to understand the affairs of a country that does not control the influence of a social media platform, right? Versus knowing the country that is responsible or focused on the social media platform. So these type of things are very transparent. A lot of times they get captured in the United States, largely due to the nature of the American culture. But you don't get that capture in a face culture. In fact, or you have less chances, less things. There's a lot of decorum and cultural differences when it comes to the transparency of a face culture country like Japan, Korea, China, Malaysia, right? There is a very different dynamic. So for me, I do embody the stereotypes of an American quite a lot. I embrace my mistakes. I also share them, and I tell people how I compensate and or address these mistakes. The idea is the culture that is different is largely because forgiveness, reform, and constant discussion and disagreement is a social norm, especially public disagreement, which is incredibly topical due to the TikTok situation. And that comes with its pros and cons, the whole privilege of public display of disagreement and opinion. Now, from a foreigner perspective, that would be very difficult to rationalize and interpret. From a foreigner perspective, that shows disrespect, potential disrespect, instability, lack of decorum, right? Lack of common interest, you know, consistent conflict. And it will be interesting to see in the future when another country, which is not behind like a gigantic firewall or an isolated situation, how they will appear and refute and confirm things when more lenses and eyes are on them. At the moment, Japan and the United States' culture is kind of like intersecting with each other. So all that publicity, that transparency, or that truth seeking or sharing of the United States is kind of overlapping with visiting Japan and stuff. So now you're having a lot of media coverage where, like, oh, this is the quote unquote other side of Japan that you don't see or talk about. For one, the work culture in Japan, right? Like, you oftentimes, historically, most face culture countries try to maintain an excellent public image. However, now it's coalescing with another country that has largely been under the scrutiny of transparency or witness. So it can be often a double standard. It can often be portrayed as a double standard. Like, do you ever look at your... There's a lot of whataboutisms going around, so I don't want to lean into that. Like, for example, oh, this country's bad, but what about this country? It does the same thing. I think it can be a learning experience for everyone to share ideas, and that it's not a competition for being who's worse at things. It can be... I'm okay with having a competition of who can be better, right? Like, oh, this country did this. It's like, oh yeah, this country did this. Isn't that great? However, lately, it has been a competition for everything. And one of the competition is which country is worse. Like, oh, this country does this, basically is really bad. But hey, if this country does it, then it's okay, right? Because they're both equally as bad. That has happened quite recently. It's kind of tough when people are always competing with each other, or like algorithms and whatnot makes you competitive. But for me, it kind of really hurts when you have two sides of yourself competing for who's the worst. Like, since when do humanity make a competition of excusing disagreeableness or greater disagreeableness, because if something is worse, then it's okay to be bad, quote unquote, right? So that's kind of the topical thing right now in the last week. Very interesting. Grave visiting and cleaning is typically something we would do on November 1st. Oh, interesting. So you have a November 1st national holiday. Yeah, see, that's what I like about some of these things. So it's incredibly pragmatic in the sense that it's also universally felt, Gecko. So oftentimes when someone says, like for example, Thanksgiving, like American Thanksgiving, there's also Canadian Thanksgiving, and they occur in neighboring months. Now, the lovely thing about this is, I'll share my perspective, right? This is the difference between some of the interactions that I have. On the internet, when you have a very strong minority, like a strong competitive voice, oftentimes when I would say, hey, happy Thanksgiving. I used to say this quite a lot because as an American, I do enjoy sharing thanks, right? So happy Thanksgiving. And then it would be someone online, maybe a Canadian, not all, but we're talking about specific minority voices. They're like, oh, well, thanks, I guess, but I'm Canadian, so we did ours in October. It's like, oh, I'm sorry for that, but happy Thanksgiving anyways, right? And they're like, yeah, sure. So those are the interactions that do happen enriched on the internet, because it's about being right and wrong, and being, projecting what's important to them as opposed to the act of doing so. That goes back to the Merry Christmas thing, Happy New Year's, that type of thing. So nowadays I actually adopt more of the middle ground, largely not because of the fear, but more because it's a lot more pragmatic. So nowadays I say Happy American Thanksgiving, right? And when someone says, "Oh yeah, we had our thanks," and we had Canadian Thanksgiving last month. It's like, "Oh yeah, that must like, what did you do? Like, how did you?" So a lot of times after collecting a lot of information online, I can still relate to that type of thing without necessarily having to participate in it. So that goes with Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, living in the United States, right? What else? Valentine's Day is coming up in February. I'm alone, right? I don't have a significant other. So Valentine's Day, I still wish people a happy Valentine's Day. And then a foreigner from outside will likely say, well, we don't celebrate corporate holidays, it's basically commercialism and materialism. It's like, okay, that's fair. Well, I hope that if I can wish you a happy Valentine's Day because you and your significant other will have a wonderful day knowing that there are other people who like to spend money on each other, be it commercialism or not, right? Valentine's Day. I'm not entirely sure. Do you have Valentine's Day or something similar in Belgium, Gecko? A stereotype I see a lot about American food. I don't have data to either confirm or it has more to do with the poor nutritional quality of food on average, of course. Yeah. On average, the baseline nutritional quality of the food was lower. Yes, that is the existing stereotype. And it will continue to be the existing stereotype largely due to the accessibility of food, because the country is gigantic. So the dramatic range of variance in the accessibility of quality of food is very sporadic. So let's provide a little bit more perspective, right? In the United States, the country itself is organized in a way that there are microcosms within the country. So unfortunately, the mindset would require that you treat the United States like a country of United States. So when one says it is poor nutritional quality of food, those people who have microcosms of poor accessibility to food will agree with you. And those who don't will disagree with you, right? And that's kind of like saying each state, which was probably on average, so we'll take averages. If you average the states, the average state size is larger than Belgium, right? Like if we're comparing it. So if you were to ask your neighbor, right, would you treat your neighbor the same as your country, right? Would you treat France and average the nutritional quality of France with Belgium, and then Belgium with, like, I don't know, Denmark or Switzerland or Netherlands? That's kind of the perspective that I have when it comes to American stereotypes, right? When you average the state, yeah, it's slightly larger than Vermont. Yeah. So the problem, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I like talking about it, and it gives me an opportunity to share my perspective about the United States. The idea is that it's incredibly sporadic. There are states that struggle with accessibility to things. So we're talking about food, right? How food is regulated and how their socioeconomic position relatively as a state. Like, is the state doing well? What is its policies, its local and state policies? All those things then end up creating a averaging effect. You have a lot of states. There's a lot of variability in the states. And what happens when you average variability? You get an average. When you have a unified front, they can either be in terribly below average or extraordinarily exceedingly above average. So if you take something that's unified, like a smaller unit where they're unified, they can be nationalistically on the same page, or more likely to be on the same page. So their range is smaller, but their average can be anywhere on a continuum when you're comparing the two. In terms of the states, there is enough sampling and variation that if you statistically decide to take the average, it's going to be something mediocre, like in the middle. Not the worst, not the greatest. However, if your country happens to be a unified country, a much smaller country in which maybe moderation and governance is less sporadic, if you're above average, then you're always going to look at the United States as poor because you're averaging something. You're not taking the situation state by state. Now, if you take like Maryland's nutrition versus Belgium's nutrition, that might be a different situation. You can take Mississippi's nutrition, and so it's really tough. And also, a lot of the states are large enough to have impoverished areas and affluent areas. Some countries, for example, one that I've encountered a lot of times stereotypically is Singaporean perspectives on the United States. Well, you have to factor in to the sporadic nature of Singapore compared to like the state I live in. The state I live in has at least 36, it's more than that, but 36 regional areas or counties or townships that are larger than Singapore itself. So it's wild, but it would be interesting. Hear me out. I would love to see a different spin on unifying. The closest thing I can think of was like the original collective Russian collective, you know, all the stands, right? Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, when they used to be in the Russian community, I forgot what the official title was, when they were all like technically unified under one group, like a different spin, a different ideology, or things that see if it can work, right? You can make an argument for China as well, for like their providences, and then Japan for its like 4 or 5 regional things, right? Then when you start to think about it those ways, there are obviously inconsistencies, but the magnitude and the organization is very different. You would say situation across Europe are extremely diverse too, probably even more than US, but I do feel the EU has a super, yes, my closest thing I can think of is the interpretation of the European Union as the federal government of the United States, right? And then with that, all the people in the union has their own form of governance, which is the state level in the United States. And then within those countries, the governance of those union members also have local governance. So there are areas in, like, say, southern Italy versus northern Italy, and then even more than that, within the southern Italy there will be local governance, right? That would be a little bit closer, in my opinion, to interpreting how the United States is. The United States have layered governance, and with that layered governance comes very noticeable disparity in quality across the United States. So when you average all of that out, it actually doesn't seem as bad from an American perspective, but it seems awfully average and mediocre from a foreign perspective if the country happens to be very manageable monoculture, right? Like the profile in agreement consistently across the United States is not, it's not like, the stereotype I can get behind is you have to talk through things in the United States. You have to have open discussion. You have to discuss everything. Does that sound exhausting? Well, that's ironic because Americans would argue if it's exhausting or not. You know, to be exhausted is an argument, right? Is a discussion, right? Largely due to the idea that you're unifying such a sporadic range. It's to the point where you might be thinking, oh, maybe they localize the regions. It's like, well, kind of. Those regions are small enough. You can have neighboring conflicts of interest right next to each other constantly, over and over again. It almost, I don't want to say this as a hyperbolic statement, but sometimes it's to the point where when you cross state lines, there's an acknowledgement of acceptance and open segregation in identity. So like if you cross a state line, you are in a foreign environment. A lot of times, if you're not familiar with those states, you do not have a feeling of being acquainted with that state. So much like going from Belgium to France, when you cross there, you don't automatically say, oh yeah, France is next to Belgium. It's practically the same thing. And that's kind of one of the more like cautious way of depicting what it's like in the United States in terms of like from the mindset of someone who is living in the United States. Like the three states I associate with a lot of times is New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. However, I rarely could even say I associate with those states having not lived there for a very long time or have moved to a different state and no longer identify with that, because the states change also over time. So it's kind of like leaving Japan. Like if you lived in Japan and you leave Japan for 5 to 10 years, do you know what Japan is like anymore, right? That's like crossing, moving from one state to the next state and living in that state long enough to realize that when you return to another state, things are different enough that you notice all these differences, right? It's interesting. I always wondered what it's like to live in a foreign country that offers a more cohesive identity. I'm not saying all of Belgium is the same or all of France is the same, but it's on average, like if we're using averages, more cohesive thing. Like you can say things like, oh yeah, wherever you go in Switzerland, people are like this, generally speaking. And then when you go to the United States, you know, those who do visit more than one state or have to travel around the United States, they would say they may end up saying things like, well, I went to this state and I learned that they do this thing, but suddenly I go to a different state and all of that is thrown out the window. Like for example, something harmless. We'll use something that's harmless. If you go around chipper and striking up lots of conversation in New York, that's very different than trying to strike up conversation and assume that behaviorism in California. And within there, cities and suburbia and like countryside also have disparate nuances that would make you feel accepted, because most of the time the social decorum is a mixed bag. Like if I go to California, I will notice all of these idiosyncrasies too, because I'm not from the West Coast. So it's an adventure. I think like language learning and trying to learn another language, you know, trying your best and then goofing around and learning that, oh, there's a lot to learn. That's traveling around the United States. You ask an American could generalize things for convenience. However, if you get to know those people, they're going to offer you a different perspective. Like the next American you get close to, if you start talking to them intimately, will not sound like me, probably. The odds of that happening is very, very rare. It's incredibly rare to find two Americans that agree wholeheartedly if you were asking them for candid and honest responses. It can still happen. The likelihood is less likely than asking someone who has a more monocultural country, largely due to like management, resources, type of governance, right? You would say, okay, yes, and then some countries such as Germany and Belgium, even though it is small, do have federal systems too, with significant political and cultural subdivision. Yes, I'm aware of the Germany, Belgium, and also Austria. Sometimes, the discussion I have quite a bit, for whatever reason, by coincidence, I tend to talk to a lot of, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my particular mannerism from the United States perspective, like the way I talk about things or something. But the largest number of groups in European, I'm not even talking about time slots, because like I used to stream in different time slots as well. For whatever reason, some of the highest is Germany, Belgium, and then Germany with association to Austria, and then like Norway. That's like the European country in a nutshell. Like not French, you know, rarely French or Spanish or Portugal or even British. It's German, Belgium, extension by Austria, and then Norway. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my particular mannerism. Maybe it's some sort of thing about the collective nature of being from the East Coast, right? That happens, or something like that. For the record, I live in the state that has one of the largest concentrations of German heritage. So there might be something about my mannerisms and whatnot that has been carried over from that heritage as well. Like what I mean is I'm not German, right? My parents aren't German. However, I hang around with a lot of people who are adapted from that region, so there could be something to it, which is kind of really fun to think about. Obviously, I have no idea, but it's something. It's a interesting coincidence. It's an incredibly interesting coincidence. That you might be saying, well, when you attract Chinese and whatnot, it's like I didn't grow up in New York City, so like. People who grow up in, or at least Asians, right, second gen Asians who grow up in metropolitan areas that are cultural hubs will behave a certain different way, and they tend to get along with other internationals of Asian flavor a lot more intrinsically. I actually spent most of my life outside of the Asian hubs in the United States. So maybe my mannerism and the way I talk and the way I use English is foreseeably more empathetic, you know, relating to a different subset. I've always wondered what it was like. My like, for example, my immediate family grew up in an area that is far more culturally rich. I know, I'm saying like, hear me, you know, I'm saying I like diversity and stuff, but yet my family, my immediate family, they attract or hang around with people of Asian variety quite a lot, as opposed to me. Like I don't naturally attract through my activities and speech, I don't naturally attract a lot of Asians, and especially Chinese, Japanese or Korean, largely because the things I say can be very off-putting to, or like weird or difficult to relate to from a strictly enriched Asian, like Eastern perspective. Like I mix them a lot, where oh yeah, this is definitely the way to go about it. Like you have to be 100% this, and that comes from a nationalistic perspective, and oftentimes some of my comments is a blend of individualism and communal, so lots of core foundations can be a little off-putting. It's less relatable. Yes, I believe Austria is federal too. Ah, okay. That would check out. I have no idea about the that type of structure formally. You know, the average knowledge of English is also very different by country. Usually the more south you go, the less people speak English and vice versa. Oh, I was unaware of that. Huh. I met a couple Austrians over these years who also, yeah, they have very close relationships with Germans. So it's interesting, like the triangle. And Belgians, right? Like, yeah, it's not a coincidence. Like, hear me out. Me meeting you, and somehow, yeah, we both like Japanese. That might seem like a coincidence, but now that we're talking like this, it's actually this is something that is very familiar with me. Like the conversation you and I are having right now is the more regular conversations. Talking to someone like, say, from France or Russia or the Philippines, that is incredibly rare. Not that I'm saying it's more interesting that way. Obviously, I find most things interesting. However, I would be more out of my elements and I would be asking more questions, like substantially more questions over time, largely because of my lack of familiarity. Like if I start talking to an Australian, I would be like, I have so many questions for you. But at the same time, immediately when it's like German, Belgium, Austrian, Norway, the conversations get really deep, like very quickly, largely due to there's a vibe that connects however I grew up in the United States around specific people who happen to be coincidentally aligned with behaviorisms that identify the Belgium, German, Austrian variety, and Norway, specifically Norway. We're not talking about Sweden or, we're not talking about Sweden or Finland, specifically Norway. So there's something to it. Like, and it's to acknowledge that even though countries are next to each other, in Europe, it's more about whatever. It's such a weird thing. And life, interacting with people, life has such a magical way of drawing coincidences. I'm saying coincidences because we have to acknowledge that one part of human nature is to see patterns. And there are quite a lot of patterns and coincidences, especially for me who, my previous professional career is to look for patterns in large data sets. So one of the natural practice skills I have is to try to find patterns in coincidences and try to weave a narrative that might explain things, but not necessarily causal things, right? Again, correlation is not causation. But it's interesting. I find that it's very humorous that you happen to be Belgium, but not French. I do know a few people who are French though, but not dramatically lower in frequency. And mind you, we have to let's take odds, right? Let's take odds. What are the chances if we were saying this is objective, like this is purely objective, let's try to be objective about this. I would have an exponentially larger odds of bumping into a French person than a Belgian. So even considering the sample size, the odds of continuously striking up longer conversations with people belonging to a smaller population, objectively, it's statistically significant. There's got to be something behind it. Obviously, I can't explain it because I do not do anthropology or anthropology of any nature and sociology of any nature, so I have no data to corroborate most of this. It's funny coincidence. It's a very funny coincidence from an observational standpoint and an anecdotal standpoint at that. Yes, I believe. That doesn't explain why you don't get many Brits. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't get as many. Sorry, I don't get as many Brits. I do end up talking to Irish and British people more often than French, for example, and Spanish and Portugal, right? Portuguese, sorry. But still less than Belgian. Oh, and hear me out here. However, you like I don't know how different you got, like how different you perceive this is, but this also doesn't mean that this also means I don't talk to like Dutch very often, even less, and Danish, right? Like even less, which oftentimes in the United States perspective, they're close in proximity, but I don't see them as culturally similar enough. Somehow that's why it's distinguishing in terms of the self-selection, in terms of like communication stuff, like Swiss, like not Swiss non-existent. So it, and the reason why I brought up Swiss is because Swiss is one of the more ideologically aligned in terms of things that you find in the United States. Swiss would have a average vibe in terms of like things like economics and political ideologies and whatnot, especially right now. So oh no, it's so fascinating. Learning language makes this even more prominent, by the way. I used to play video games, and video games deal with the internet generation most of the time, and the internet generation has normalized whatever's on the internet, which happens to be very Americanized. So you don't really stretch too far out of your comfort zone. As in, for me in the United States, it's farther closer to your average experience than, say, moving to Japan, right? The internet rarely skews towards something that is not Americanized. So it's interesting. I love to language learning has brought a breadth of challenges that deal with how people learn language, especially people of different cultures tackling the same language. I'm not talking about the English part. Like, yes, by default, all of us use English to talk to each other, but we use that English differently, and our experiences when described are different with the same, like with the aspect of learning the same language, right? Even the language itself as you're learning is different, which I found that incredibly exhilarating. I look forward to an interaction or an opportunity with any random person at this point, largely due to the nature that there's another language that I am learning that also attracts a diverse interest, right? When it comes to English, that's not the case. English is a default language, so oftentimes you have an averaging effect, even though everyone argues about their nuances and stuff. That feeling is similar. It's not from a point of learning. Then when you learn another language that's coming into being as a trending thing, that is something different. And I'm looking forward to what Spanish is like, because Spanish is the second, technically, of the diverse, like, secondary target language acquisition. So interesting. And then French is third at the moment, right? Not a competition again. It's showing like what you're going to meet in diversity a lot of times. It's very informative to know the extent of diversity. In French, people have a reputation for being particularly bad at foreign languages. The only the anecdote representation that I have is a French Chinese couple who both the Chinese person and the French, like the French husband and the Chinese wife, do not learn each other's languages. Which kind of illustrates my point about like, they kind of got together mutually because they accept that they're mutually disinterested in learning each other's language. You know, even disinterest can find a common ground and they make it work. So obviously I would not be able to resonate with that. If I were to seek a significant other who speaks a different language, my legitimate Americanized side would jump at the opportunity to learn my significant other, my hypothetical significant other's language, largely due to how I grew up in the United States. We grew up in a place where people constantly have trouble talking to each other, and that constant normalization of having trouble talking to each other means that you sit here and the normal thing to do is talk through the confusion over and over and over again. It's effortless to do that. If people stop talking and arguing, it's actually kind of concerning. Like, think about it in that moment. Obviously my parents are different, but for me, like, you sit on a table and you don't express yourself, that's weird, right? And I'm not saying weird in a bad way. It's not normalized. So when you go to like Japan and stuff, there are all these implicit rules, so people don't have to explain themselves. Like, my parents get mad at each other if they have to explain things to each other because they are expected in certain decorum. Like, you're expected to do this and you're expected to do this. Meanwhile, it takes like 2 hours for American group to sit down and decide on something. Like, hey, what do you want to eat? I'm feeling like Thai food. Thai American. And then like, I had Chinese yesterday, Chinese American. And then it's like, maybe we should get some Japanese. And then, if you have a Japanese American in group, it's like, nah, let's go get some Indian food. And it's like, oh yeah, Indian. There's no Indian American in the group. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of nice. Like, we hadn't had that in a while, right? That's the kind of dynamic that happens. But there's a lot of deliberating, oftentimes. And hear me out. There's the other whole dramatic end. This is on a spectrum, right? This is on a spectrum. At the other end, multi-generational white American, right? When you sit in a room, you go with the flow. Like, I get invited to their household. Everyone knows what to expect in their food, their routine, and whatnot, and I kind of participate in it. That's kind of the idea, because in that pocket of American culture is super recognized. And so in a way, I kind of don't think it's weird when I go to, I don't know, to New Zealand and 9 out of 10 people do the same thing, quote unquote, do the same thing with nuance, but they are in agreement. So you're like, how does everyone know what to do right now? Like, don't you guys have to discuss? It's like, no, we're just gonna hit, let's head out. And I'm like, head out to what? What are you gonna do? Like, this is a actual New Zealand story. Like, I studied abroad in New Zealand, so when people say like, yeah, let's head out, and I'm like, aren't you gonna discuss what you're gonna do? It's like, no, we all do the same thing. I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Like, what does head out mean? Like, do you go to a bar? Are we going grocery shopping? Are we window shopping at a mall or something? Like, that is kind of, and however, if you have friends in the United States that are surrounded by, a microcosm, that happens still. Like, it's like, yeah, let's hit the local spot. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. As an outsider, obviously. But over time, when you spend enough time with them, it's like, oh yeah, what do you want? Like, sheets? And then everyone's like, yep, let's go. like McDonald's? All right, let's go. it's such a I I I would love to be able to like give that type of experience, like share that type of experience with other people who are so used to the side that they're not used to, right? Like, do you ever sit down and have to talk about everything? That's kind of a norm for me. When you sit down, you're always talking in detail. Like that in a weird way is the social norm. So talking to foreigners who explicitly don't have to explain anything to anyone, even to the people around them, largely because it's very nationalized, is a fun experience. Because you hear phrases like, oh, yeah, that's what we do. You know, that's what we call this. That's what everyone does here. That's what, and then you hear me sound like a broken record. It's like, that's a bold statement, and I have a hard time believing that, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't respect that type of perspective. Like the moment if you hear me say everyone does this, it like raises a red flag in my brain. Like I can't say that. That's how living in the United States, especially having multicultural background, it elicits. It's a normalized reflex. The moment someone says everything, never, all, is as though it's like relatable automatically or presumptuous, it's not out of fear. It's more out of normalization. So oftentimes, foreigners may, and other Americans, like the nationalized Americans, like those who expect normative things, there's a disconnect and there's often a misunderstanding. Like it's not fear, it's more like acknowledging there are differences, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. Like we're not being offended or like there's this thing where the confusion of being agreeable is a fear of being offensive, like not inclusive enough. For me, it's a celebration. Hey, I say this because I want to know how you go about doing your thing, because that's what makes life adventurous. How do you go about it? If it's the same, that's cool. Twinsies, high five, twinsies. I totally agree. And then if you go about it in totally different ways, like tell me more. Tell me more. Maybe one day I will get to empathize with you by trying the way you're doing it. You know. This I think is not a coincidence. French is a relatively unified and old country, speaking a language that used to be commonly used in diplomacy and such. Yep. This vibe could maybe partly be linked to Germanic language culture. I'm a bit of an exception because you speak French. Oh, okay. But Dutch, Germanic language, is the majority language in okay. That gives me a bit more context. I actually didn't know what the dominant language was in Belgium. Belgium has often struck me as a combination between Dutch, possibly German, and French. You know what I mean? Like you're like the country strikes me as a crossroads, kind of like Switzerland, right? Where you can kind of see, since you're bordering so many things, you could kind of see like immigration or migration or influence around the place. And to that end, you can see that American language doesn't do that too much, like American English, because the borders are not technically next to separate unified languages, right? At most, you get regional differences. So even then, when I look at Belgium, I'm like, oh yeah, you have all these other countries around you. That's kind of neat. I would say something like Malaysia, right? That there are things that are at an intersection of places. Not that United States is free of, that doesn't. There's Spanish, of course, and the French, right? Spanish, French, and German tend to be in various degrees here and there. And British English, of course, the closest. Well, the population of France is 6 times the population, yeah, in Belgium. I didn't know how big, but that's a lot. Do you know if the Belgian people you talk to are Dutch-speaking natives or French-speaking natives like you? Dutch-speaking. They're Dutch-speaking. I think hearing that you speak French is something that I wouldn't have presumed based on my previous experiences. I think on average, they were Dutch-speaking natives. On average, I say Dutch-speaking Belgians have more online presence on English content. Yes, I would also agree with that too. Not because I only largely spoke with Dutch-speaking Belgium, but I kind of knew that after investigating, after interacting with Dutch-speaking Belgians. This is funny because usually significant others are one of the main reasons cited for learning foreign languages. I know, right? I know. And when you think of nationalistic cultures, typically this is circumvented by, by encouraging marriage to the similar culture. Like for instance, my parents, obviously, recognizing that they are Chinese people, right? Or they identify as Chinese people. They are diaspora from China. They often know Chinese people the best. You know what I mean? Like by exposure. So when they look at characterizations and stuff, they often not solely have a preference, like a preference in the terms of like, oh, there's something bad with other potentials. Their knowledge and their experience and their background makes it the most familiar to be talking about other Chinese people. So naturally, whenever I hear my parents' suggestion, to interact with a potential significant other and whatnot, they're Chinese. And actually, they're Chinese. So that becomes a talking point between me and my parents a lot of times, largely due to the nature that a lot of these attempts and conversations deal with having to cross a cultural barrier, right? The idea that I have to learn a different language. And what I mean by a language, I mean the language in the context of that culture. And this was a different topic I was going to bring today. I was going to talk about this a little bit. Is the idea that language, right, captures cultural norms, inflections, and whatnot, and that can affect projected personality. At the start of this journey, I watched a bunch of videos, and oftentimes polyglots, like especially those who are very well known, often gets a question about, do your personality shift, or do you have specific psychological behavior? It's not that technical. It's more like, oh hey, do you sound different? Do you sound different in a different language, right? And I found this super multi-fascinating now that we're 1 year into it. And ultimately, it's such a mixed bag. It's so rich. Like I could write like a 500-page book on this at this point. My voice, it doesn't change very much, but that's because I'm motivated to integrate my identity through the language. So like I'm less pressured to say capturing pitch accent for for Japanese right away, or I'm less likely to find someone I resonate with less frequently, and that resonating with a native speaker would likely induce some pitch accent, and then that pitch accent may also lead to cultural assimilation or integration and embrace. So for me, my background, I grew up multilingual, like loosely. I'm just gonna say quote unquote, I grew up multilingual. So when I talk and I just suddenly use 普及话 公话 sai 公话人公喏食喏啲佢我媽咪爸爸公話佢喏. And if I talk like this, it stays the same. like the voice and tonality and the personality is still like as I determine it, because I use those language in a way that I can be excited. I can be very excited in English right now, and also going 후지와 야오아마 예 공와 예 나니 me siu gai no ni kong mai nia la mo yeah mo kai non gong ni na kai non gong holy wa ni shun yeah you know, really excited, really like sad, but the personality is consistent, right? It's, to me, even if I didn't understand or why mãi nó xin ó qua in ngôn chế chỉ mãi in ngôn chế chuông gong wa. If I keep talking like this, it will still be consistent, like my tonality, my personality, and when I need to be excited, need to be calm and stuff, stays the same. It's like consistent, right? While you're learning a language, though, not as a kid, when you're going much into adulthood and you're learning a target language, one of the strategies often is to embody the person you're listening to. So then, and one of the strategies is to exaggerate, because when you exaggerate, then you can refine the process. So what happens in that process is there's personality shifts, there's mannerisms that you pick up that you don't necessarily have control over. You're learning those mannerisms, right? Then you begin to go through a process of sounding like the target language, along with its personality and its inflections. And so that's like that foreigner feel, where like you're trying to dispense with your foreigner feel to get a native feel. So in that process, it deals with assimilating their personalities or interacting and exchanging personalities. So you end up sounding different in that language. However, what I find is those who are multilingual as a child, they have internalized that to the point where you have command on making all the stuff personality-wise consistent. So you know how to portray being consistently a way without affecting the meaning of the intent. So then your transitions are smoother. Like, so what was this word? Mãi chuộng con hòa. Mãi chỉ was no. Ý 어何ですか? So, like, for example, if you grew up multilingual, for example, oftentimes you already have this type of internalization. Like you start learning and interacting with the target language differently at a later time in adulthood. So for those who are monolingual and they want to use a target language or like learn a target language, their approach is dramatically different. Their excitement, their emotional response, their approach to enriching on focusing on learning that target language, to me personally, observationally, is very different to resonate with than me who want to internalize language for me, right? Like I want to use Japanese to internalize, to make it sound like I'm an English, Fujianese, Japanese speaker. Not necessarily I want to change wholeheartedly to sounding like Japanese, because I'm not only a Japanese speaker. I don't identify as someone who only wants to predominantly sound like a native Japanese speaker. And that might be different for other polyglots and whatnot. However, when I listen to a polyglot, like someone, there are two very noticeable distinctions. A polyglot that is consistent across the board when it comes to their personality, and then a polyglot that compartmentalizes, where there's a sudden shift in personality, intonation, I know that the face shapes are a bit different because they associate specifically with the mechanics of speaking. However, if it happens to be a language that I know, I normalize that face shape. Like the idea that, oh, they're making this face, not necessarily because they're happy or excited, it's the mechanics involved in learning the language or using the language. However, their personality doesn't shift, right? It's very different from, say, like an actor, right? An actor who is portraying the culture and the language. You can definitely see a shift in its portrayal. So I thought this was so fascinating. You might be this is coming from looking at multicultural couples. Like what I mean is I tend to consume a lot of content between couples that come from different backgrounds but use a common language to bridge. So they both have different mother tongues but having a bridging language. Their English gets normalized to each other, but they're sometimes you get ones that are new, so like new couples, and they switch personalities temporarily to like meet the cadence of a language. And then you have couples that have been together for a really long time and they snap back and forth, and their sentences, even though it bridges 3 languages, are tonally consistent throughout. So if they're trying to sound like they have a question and they use vocabulary and structure from 3 different languages, it doesn't break the cadence of they're still asking a question. Meanwhile, like when you're learning a target language and you're like, "Nan desu ka?" Like that is what you see when you feel like someone who's learning, but they also want to commit to learning the aspects of cultural language and whatnot. For me, when I saw "Nan desu ka?" I would say "Nan desu ka?" the way I would say "Ji isu no," right? "Ji isu no, nan desu ka?" What is this? I say all 3 of them personality-wise the same way. And not that I'm listening to native content or something like that. Maybe it'll affect me personality-wise. But generally, I approach learning things as an internalizing thing, as opposed to trying to be something I'm not, right? And it's really, really been a fun little touching point. Largely because there's a high pressure. There's a really, really high pressure to authenticity, originality kind of thing. So someone would say, well, you can't speak great Japanese if you don't sound like a Japanese person. And I'm like, that's fine. Like, I'm not aiming to sound like a Japanese person. In fact, if I go around and Japanese people can understand me and they clearly know that I'm an English speaker and or I sound like a Chinese speaker using Chinese tones with Japanese, then that is exactly the point. That's a very highly multicultural American perspective, and it can be seen as disrespectful. It can be seen as filthy casual for the elite and purists. I totally understand that. That's the responsibility and consequences of my perception. Now, do I expect the purists to have the same feeling? No, I don't, because that's an ideological difference, right? If someone likes authenticity and they completely favors authenticity because they belong to a monocultural country, I must respect and also accept the consequences that they won't like me as a person who embraces the cultural hybridization of growing up in a multicultural environment, right? If I speak Chinese and it still sounds American, that can be off-putting to someone from mainland China, because then it's lesser Chinese. It's not pure Chinese, it's lesser Chinese, and I have to understand that so I can mitigate. It's like, I learned to apologize. Like, I'm sorry, my Chinese is not up to native speak, and then that would be the end of it, right? It's to be agreeable. because from my perspective, I'm in someone else's culture. And if I'm in someone else's culture, I'll try my best. And all I can really personally do from my normalized behavior as an American is I can apologize and hope that they understand. Right? That is the default. That is very different from my family, my mother and father, who know right and wrong. So if you're wrong, you did something wrong. If you apologize, that just means you're excusing yourself for being wrong. As in, okay, well, hope you fix it. I'm like, well, unfortunately, it's likely that I'm going to have to apologize again in the future because I don't think it's something to fix. It's an impasse, right? When someone says you need to fix something about you and you're genuinely not trying to do it, then it's difficult other than to apologize and try your best to communicate that. And that's, to me, is a default of a result of growing up in the United States. You have to explain your inconsistencies. You're always there to explain. And my parents from a different culture might not have the patience or the normalized practice of wanting to talk about these things. They might say, "Oh, that's okay. It's no big deal. You'll always be an American." And I'm like, "Okay, that sounds about right." Right? It's not the same both ways. I know a lot of people would suggest, well, that's not equality and that's not equal treatment. It's like life. I don't want to sound defeatist or anything. That's what makes life. I'm gonna make it a euphemism. That's what makes life interesting. The most interesting thing is people have disagreements and they are different. That is a perspective that can be very jarring and not very fun to look forward to when you have someone who grows up in a country that has a very nationalized identity. So I live with that every single day and I smile. I find it's fun when people try to correct me, and then when they try to say what's right or wrong, that's the endless. It's the thing that is the social norm, at the expense of probably encountering a lot of people who are upset with me. It's inevitable to. This is one of the core impasse between multicultural embracers and strong cultural identity, right? So you take it in strides. For me, sounds like a selfish thing. I know it's a selfish thing, but humans are selfish by nature. So whatever they normalize is the normalized thing, and we come to try to discuss them. Unfortunately, this is a double standard. When you have a person who's willing to discuss everything, they are more and likely to be consistently able to resolve problems. When you have someone who is consistently living in an environment that's consistent with their beliefs, they are less and less likely able to solve problems because they don't solve problems. They do not discuss about many things. They are rarely ever achieving a place of multiple perspective. So who are the people that I typically interact with for an extended amount of time? They usually, and it's kind of independent of age actually, they usually are people that are coming from multicultural environments, as opposed to someone who eventually, it takes like 5 minutes for someone to suddenly say well, you're wrong, and then they leave, and it's like, okay, I respect that this person doesn't like me, because if they already hold that opinion, their behavior is that they know right and wrong. So eventually I'm going to say something that disagrees with them and they're gone, right? Or it becomes too exhausting. And it's the nature of being inclusive versus efficiency, right? Efficiency. Not to say that the internet hasn't done really, really well on that end, right? And then now we relate it back to language learning, right? How does this all relate to language learning? I have met many different types of language learners, and if you hear that out of context, some people are going to say, oh, yeah, yeah, they all study differently. I'm like, no, deeper than that. Deeper than that. What I'm referring to is the motivations. The motivations of the emotional, behavioral motivations. So when I think about recommendations, like I think about recommendations, I typically am very biased towards behavioral behavioral consistency. So when a task requires consistency, one has to be aware of their motivational and emotional triggers and whatnot. And that is very in line with the perception of the language learning method as well. This sounds like something that's not an exact science, because it isn't. So like if you ask a polyglot to answer something like that, they probably default to something more consistent, like a universal mechanical thing, right? Like, oh yeah, you should read a lot and you should do some SRS, or one of the universals are taking a holistic approach to something that takes a very long time. So that's something I do provide as a blanketed generalization. However, the more interesting, nuanced part of things is understanding the person's cultural background and then wielding that understanding of that cultural person's background in order to elevate their connections, right? That would be pretty sweet. Not that I can say I can do that anytime in the future or anything like that. Maybe something interesting will come about it. Oh yes, Belgium is a relatively recent construct, 1830. Oh, wow. Belgium is younger than the United States. We're gonna have to talk about that in the future. That's that's so interesting. Sorry, I don't know a lot about Belgium history, but wow, intriguing. Made to be a sort of buffer between larger nations and not reflecting cultural borders at all. Yeah, yeah. You have the like cultural malleability. Belgium is a construct that has cultural malleability, like the United States. That's so interesting. We got to talk about that a little bit, like in the future. In the future, Gecko. Oh, we have to talk about that. That is so interesting. I know it might be a vibe point actually. I know switching the subject, but before going to bed, you'd like to ask, how has your HanziHero experience been this past week? I haven't been able to keep up. It's been great. We picked up the pace. Sorry, I'll give you the part. So it's been pick up the pace, and also and good night, right? You'll hear this in the VOD. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Gecko. I do look forward to our daily discussions, and so I won't hold up. And so to answer this question, yeah, HanziHero's been a great pace, right? We doubled the volume. I actually quite love it. We're in the process, in the last couple of days, we're in the process of making it more efficient, because now we're no longer learning sounds and whatnot. So I'll talk about that a little bit later, as well, at the beginning of each session. It's an interesting transition period. To be honest, sometimes I also don't agree with you, but I just accept your opinion and see your point of view. That's fair. That's fair, Churn. I think we have to keep in mind, Churn, that you and I are also belonging to different generations. I can't even imagine, like, I can't, right? I won't be able to ever imagine when my first type of forming sentences and discussions and opinions were online. So this is as a direct talk about your opinions and your point of view, Churn. Your interaction with people, especially me, is a product of online interaction. So naturally for me, I can discern, because of my life experience, what it's like to communicate prior to the internet. And the internet's way of communication, when you talk about your opinions and your point of views, are normalized by the internet. It's startlingly different than the stuff people say who aren't completely reliant on the internet. Like when comments that you say are like, we do this, all people do this, it's basically this, it's just this. That is something incredibly aligned with the internet. Like for me, if you go to a university setting or something like that that's like not relying on the internet, the comments are not as bold. And when you say opinions, those are the way, in my opinion, right, that oftentimes younger people who grow up with the internet as a major form of communication, things might seem like it's just this, always that, like this, us that. And then when I ask you a question that deals with something that isn't online, it's far less clear. It has a lot of need for thinking and whatnot. That is how I'm illustrating when I ask questions, how to illustrate the difference between an online perspective versus a perspective that doesn't deal with heavy algorithm enriched opinions. So it's online makes things clear, and it makes things clear without disagreement. So if you say you don't agree, but you just accept, that's an online response. You could choose to disagree and rebuttal my opinion, as in you can choose to find or entertain the counterexample. Accepting is a lower but more convenient way to find agreement where there isn't agreement. So that statement, when you say sometimes you don't agree with you, but just accept your opinion, that's agreeing to disagree. That is something that at a university level or when you're in the presence of people, you don't agree to disagree. You talk about it. Like you investigate, you agree with certain points, you disagree with certain points, but the idea is to reach a compromise, right? Agreeing to disagree is the internet's hyper objective way of pragmatically seeming like you're agreeable only to reach no understanding. There is no understanding to agreeing to disagree. I mean, Gecko occasionally, and I also occasionally do this, where we end with a cliche that it's basically agree to disagree. For example, I could choose, right? I have done this before. I've tried this social experiment before, where I pass off cliche terminating ideas to see how often people engage in conversations. So for example, I could say something like, I made a mistake, right? Oh, I confuse Ohio or hello. Oh, it means good morning. I guess everyone makes that mistake, right? When they start. That's it. The conversation ends. There's nothing, there's no attempt to understand it. There's no, you're not interested in it. You don't talk about why you made the mistake, how you made the mistake. These are the internet, in my opinion, one of the consequences of high efficient internet conversation. Like, your excuses are based on observations that are passed off as true. So, for example, Gecko said the one thing when I mixed up, here's some examples. Oh, it's not here. I was going to show it in here. But for example, right, these two. Gecko made a comment. It's like, oh yeah, you know, everyone has mixed these up before. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. But I mixed these up for a different reason. Or I think I mixed them up for a different reason. So I continue to add more to why I mixed these up. So I explained that while we were having a conversation, I was thinking of something else, right? But then he made a joke like, oh, now you're going to deflect. He was joking, by the way. Now you're going to deflect our discussion. Sorry for distracting. I was like, no, you know, I get what you mean, but I was having intrusive thoughts. Like I was having another thought. And that is a way to explain something that doesn't end in a statement like, oh, you know, everyone gets these mixed up. That's it. That's the end. That's how internet works. Internet works quick. You make statements, and it's totally appropriate, by the way. This is so pragmatic because the streamer gets to talk, right? The streamer has the mic. However, you only get to type very concise sentences. So oftentimes it's very normal to type a statement and it ends the discussion. For me, my normal sense is I actually want to ask and follow up. So that's a very different thing, and it's very exhausting at first. At first, it can be very exhausting. It's not internet-like, hence, you know, I'm not very popular. That's all. Like, I'm not saying hot takes here and there. Basically, if I were to reduce my interaction and communication into hot takes all the time, then it would be more receptive, and then people would like it, right? Instead of studying for in like 4 hours with a 3-hour digression, I could hot take it, speed run it, and say, good day, awesome, you know, gotta go fast, done. Like, I got this done, mission accomplished, right? Or like, oh, let's get these numbers up. That's it. Like, you don't explain why you want to get these numbers up, how you want to get these numbers up. That's not important. The idea is the normalized behavior is do things quick, fast, with the least number of words. So how does the internet do this? Related to what I was talking about with Gecko, monocultural assimilation. When the internet is so good at normalizing people's behavior, eventually you'll self-select yourself into your normalized subculture on the internet. So then you don't have to explain anything ever again. Like, if you go hang out in a Call of Duty lobby, you just trash talk each other. And then that's the routine. It just ends. And then how do people explain it to the outside? Well, everyone trash talks in Call of Duty. Done. No explanation, no changing, no behavioral discussions. Just, it is what it is. Right? So now I'm more leaning on to cliche terminating statements. Right? I could end there all the time. It's like, oh yeah, Japanese is hard. Yeah, Japanese is easy. Japanese is hard, right? You don't have to explain any of that, as long as the context fits with whatever the internet has confirmed. So, you know, Japanese is easy. Your one comment yesterday, Japanese is easy, smile, and I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but let's do more. Let's talk about English now or something. And it can be exhausting, right? Like, it's not as, it requires effort and whatnot at first. That's my normal. I love making sure that, or trying to convince people that it is more interesting when you start thinking about it and starting to counter argue and discuss it, because eventually it becomes less and less taxing. Now, why is that important to me? And I like to explain this oftentimes. For me, I think having that skill allows one to become a leader, allows one to be ready for all the problems that life is going to throw at you. Because at some point, when the answer is not clear cut and you can't brush it off with a euphemism like, oh yeah, everyone makes that mistake, oh yeah, everyone confuses aru with iru, and oh, most English speakers will have the problems so raririru, right? That type of thing, those are easy, in my opinion, easy to do. They are also true, right? A lot of the stuff is true, but what makes them true is not the most important thing to me. Understanding why it's true and how it's true and what you can use, knowing that is going to university, in my opinion. That's the life of an intellectual. When you start thinking in a sense, and it's exhausting at first. Again, I want to indicate when you're doing something that you don't typically do, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tiring. However, for me, it's like breathing air. Like, it's the thing that requires the least amount of effort. The least amount of effort is to be interested in the words and the statements you say and challenging them each day. When I find myself, if I catch myself saying, dang, I guess I'm like other people, right? I always get these mixed up. And my first thought is, is that true though? And then I'll go and try to find out. And if I explain the things and stuff and it turns out to be true, then I'm more interested in, quote unquote, fixing the problem or knowing how to fix the problem. If you say I agree to disagree a lot with people, is that functional to you? What I hear, in my opinion, personally, is an avoidance to do anything about it, or an avoidance to make it a learning lesson. So in the future, you can spend most of your time telling people, the moment you don't want to talk about it anymore, you say, agree to disagree. It's like, okay, I'll just believe you and I'm done here. And that's acceptable, provided it doesn't stop you from your other goals. What would be interesting, like what would be useful about wanting to discuss how and why? Teaching, forming relationships, leading a nation, starting your own company, having people that work for you, the oftentimes knowing facts and knowing details and specifics are they're icing to the ability to talk to people, command people, and learn a language, actually. Unless you don't want to talk to other people, then that's perfectly fine, right? Like, if you don't want to talk to people, then you don't have... The easiest way is the internet way, which is, if Japanese people talk like this, you talk like this, problem solved, right? You act and play the same way. And that is really great. That works for so many people. Until maybe they find out that when they move to Japan and they're still being treated like foreigners. Because there are fundamental differences between being acceptant of oneself, explaining why some Japanese people still see you as a foreigner because you weren't born in Japan or raised in Japan, that kind of thing. Without being able to see that, then some of those people enter a relationship that is lacking self-awareness, or some things that can be not as happy, right? And the ability to discuss and take different perspectives actually is a great way to find harmony, right? Harmony. What was the word harmony that I learned yesterday? Oh, right? Find harmony in knowing what is true, using what is true to elevate oneself. So oftentimes I use these examples that I'm talking about now towards trying to encourage people on expressing themselves and engaging in that to not be exhausting. And typically it gives an edge or a leaning to interacting with other people, like making friends, having people who want to listen to you, and then encouraging other people to help you in a way that you might not know. Because largely, if you feel like you're alone in most of the things, then that might be true. Are you proactively happy with that? Like, are you happy with that? And how do you be proactive with it? Well, going around only accepting people the way they are without understanding them or trying to understand them, there is often a lack of personal growth. So what is one of the hot takes that lots of multicultural couples typically answer for the internet audience is their average like take home message is, yes, it can be tough to talk to someone from a different culture or online or have disagreeing agreements. That is actually fundamental to any relationship. Even within a monocultural, you still will encounter psychological and behavioral differences, right? And the idea is to consistently be willing to discuss and reach compromises. It's not an act of brushing off agreement and disagreement. That can work on impasse. I described an impasse like once or twice, and that is acceptable. It's an acceptable solution to things that fundamentally contradict each other. Relying specifically on that will narrow one's perspective. So like you shared with me that essay, right? The argumentative piece essay. To be persuasive is also to understand who you're writing towards. So for me, if I were told to write a persuasive piece, I would understand what my position is as a student, what my teacher's position is as a teacher, like understand what the assignment is, and I can convince them and write it in a form that sounds persuasive to them. Back in the day, I used to write pieces based on what I think is best. Now that can work for a while, maybe for high school and stuff. However, as one grows older and get a lot of experience, you get to the point where like, oh wait, that's fine. I know their perspective. Let's write it in a persuasive way that the person giving me a grade will think it's persuasive. That comes with a lot of experience, but it also comes with experience that you're willing to gain perspective. There are a couple people I've met over my life who's like in their 30s and 40s, and they do default to agree to disagree over and over again. And so naturally, when I'm around them, I don't share my opinions. That's what happens, in my opinion. It's the most appropriate way to interact with someone who doesn't want to understand or try to understand. And if I can understand them, then that's sufficient. We go on our merry way. Life is harmonic, right? Like there's no conflict of interest. And ultimately, I hope that other person understands that if they ever ask me what my opinion is, I would have to ask them, are you sure you want to hear this? Because if I'm sharing my opinion, then you've asked me, so that's telling me you have a willingness to try to understand my opinion and discuss it. It's different when someone says, okay, let me share my experience, and then that other person shares theirs. I disagree with you. Let's just agree to disagree. So what happens is those two people will likely not talk to each other for a very long time. Like if they do, they might have like a common interest, like they both play the same video game. But the likelihood of either of those people knowing any more about each other is unlikely. So once that video game goes away, or whether that common interest, coincidental interest, evaporates, they're no longer friends. Or they're friends by convenience, by happenstance. And that's kind of my thoughts when it comes to the internet culture. Why does it, in my opinion, why can it often feel like no one cares about whatever everyone else says? When you write a comment, why does it feel like someone's going to disagree with me, but I don't really care? I'll just click ignore it. It's no big deal. Why does it feel like whenever someone gets serious, they pull back and say, I was just joking online? It's the acceptable. It is the acceptable, normalized way people talk online. If you talk in a different way, you are unpopular. As in, you're not trending. I'm not trending. Heck, I would be floored if someone like millions of people find whatever I'm saying now engaging. It's almost pedantic. Like, it's like nagging to some people, right? Having a conversation with yourself about what is the best way to approach. In the wild, though, when I'm not streaming, I'm guilty as well of perpetuating, being complicit. When I write, if I ever write a video comment, it will probably be very similar, like, because I want to be agreeable. So when I'm texting, I have to be careful and mindful of what the social norm is, right? If I start writing a 3-page, like a 1,000 word essay in the video comments, then immediately it will draw attention that can be abrupt. And I totally get that. The nice thing about streaming is this is my little piece of myself that goes against the grain. Will this change in the future? I'm often curious. We'll know in another 5 to 10 years, like, because I haven't started depositing all these things online at all. I've streamed over 6 years, but it's only been maybe a year, like 440-ish days since I've started uploading YouTube things. And maybe like 5 years later, maybe it'll be an entirely different world and people like doing discussions, and then it would be very humbling if people look back and I look back on this day and all the days before that I recorded and say, you know what? This is nice. This guy's been doing this before it happened, and that'd be pretty sweet, right? I want to dispel and debunk that life is not worth discussing, like bad things or things that you don't that you disagree with. It sounds like a very Americanized concept, right? Normalizing disagreements and normalizing discussions and complaints and debating. That's one of the consequences of being friends or trying to connect with at least an American like myself, right? It is the natural state, and it's a selfish request, obviously. I don't sound like this when I'm in someone else's house. So, like, if your idea, right, for example, if you're streaming, I would not behave without your consent in a manner that is different. If I go to Japan, I'm not gonna specifically try to act like an American. What I mean is, like, assume that Japan has normalized American culture. I wouldn't do that. So in this case, that's why my streaming personality, I suppose, is somewhat in contrast to something you don't see, which is how I interact with other people in a public space, right? Face culture and all. The Discord is very different, though. Like, my Discord is it's a place where you meander. So I can tell you that me and a lot of people have some vigorous disagreements and weirdness going on all the time. But if they stay, that's it. So is streaming my comfort zone? No, it is not. My comfort zone is in the classroom talking to someone. Usually my comfort zone is having a voice chat with someone or sharing a cup of coffee where I can, like, read their body language and whatnot. And usually the comfort zone deals with exchanging ideas, right? I'm learning something from the other person and that person is learning something from me. That's my comfort zone. The zone that will be all of me, as in I get to use all the assets that define me. My streaming personality, like, I'm very transparent about this most of the time because I want to normalize the idea that when people stream and they record themselves and do things, that's not their entire personality. Like, there are parts of their lives they choose not to share. There are parts of their things that they do that you don't see. Like, how do they eat? How do they sleep? There's lots of things. So for me, this streaming is nice because it's in the context of my control. It's a slightly more controlled area. Like, if I choose to be a trendsetter, right? Like, if I chase trends and I do hot takes, that could attract certain people, right? Are those certain people is something that I want? So I could choose to make streaming uncomfortable by being someone I'm not. And one of the things that I'm not is going around telling them, oh yeah, WaniKani's trash because it has a typo in it. Or Japanese is so hard, don't waste your time learning Japanese. It's like, I always get these mixed up. Why don't they just be the same? Like, what, or something like that. Saying things like, oh yeah, Japanese people are stupid because look at how similar these things is. Why don't they just make it different? That type of thing, those are hot takes. And I would be doing myself a great disservice. So in a way, streaming is more of a comfort zone to me if I'm the streamer. Right? If I am not the streamer, it is their comfort zone that I'm applying myself. So and in that way, it's comforting because I know how to behave. If I don't know how to behave, then it would be discomfort. So if you enter a stream with like 100,000 people yelling like all caps, emoting nonstop, then I could do that too. I know how to do that. So that would be a comfort zone thing. I'm not uncomfortable because I know how the situation is happening. So having discussions and disagreements is a comfort zone for me. Because to me, it's largely due to the nature that I spend most of my time discussing these things. I spend a lot of time discussing, arguing, many things. So it's not discomforting. My temper doesn't go crazy. Like, I don't get ultimately super angry or super sad, largely due to the nature that it is my comfort zone. What is discomforting is when someone says they hate themselves and they're asking me for help. That would be a big discomfort zone. So that is telling me that it's a zero-sum game. Zero-sum games are very discomforting because you may not always have the solution, or you might not be able to. There's a high chance of failure, and knowing that there's a high chance of failure can still be discomforting. Someone who who's asking for advice, who's willing to reach out for help, but it is in a very inappropriate place to find help. At the same time, they are blocked off emotionally. So that type of thing, that's really scary. That's a discomfort. That's a no comfort zone possibility, because my comfort zone deals with being able to talk to someone and exchange ideas. So the most discomforting zone would be something like a streamer that calls me out even though I didn't say anything, right? They call me out because, oh, hey, look, there's this guy in my chat. I recognize that name, and hear me out. This guy, and then they spill a bunch of details or something that I wasn't aware of about myself. Like, someone, maybe like there's a hate thread somewhere, or like a subreddit that basically clipped me out of context like this, which has happened already. It has already happened when I was using Duolingo, where someone took me out of context and say, oh yeah, this guy, he thinks he knows it all, and he like and then it was a short clip of my like 4-hour rant, like 4-hour dissection of what I don't know about this topic and what I try to know about this topic. And the guy's like, hey, look at this guy, think that he's learning Japanese. Meanwhile, he's spending 3 or 4 hours talking about this, right? And I'm like, yeah, but it's 3 or 4 hours of thousands of hours. So those are the discomfort zones, I would say. Things that I have no control over. Obviously, that might sound like, well, yeah, duh. Most people are uncomfortable about things that they are. No, these specific things that I have no control over. I don't mind other things that I don't have control over, like people's personalities, people's efficiency, the way they eat. Like, there are lots of things I don't have control over. But the one thing that I have discomfort when it comes to control is talking to someone who has a false impression of misinformation, and I have no channel of talking to them. Like, either an emotional barrier or an intellectual barrier, and it deals with something that I did myself. Right? If I said something and then it triggered someone and that person refuses to talk to me and perpetuates misinformation, then that's probably the most discomforting thing. And that is the most discomforting thing I cope with every single day when I stream. When I stream and post something, and I say something, the most discomforting thing I can think of is coming to terms with the idea that there's a chance that someone will take something out of context. However, I make it extremely obvious that it is out of context. And one thing that I do deliberately to make it extremely out of context so that an audience that's looking out from the outside don't make a snap judgment is that when they click on a clip of me, they're going to see 8 hours long. They're going to see 4 hours long. So we're talking about hardcore numbers. If they don't want to click on the video, that's fine. But the last thing they will most notice is they don't have a willingness to listen to 4 hours or 5 hours of whatever I'm posting. So naturally, I have a buffer. That person can say whatever they want by watching 30 seconds or 1 minute. But the odds are a person from the outside who tries to agree with them is like, well, did you watch the rest of the video? It's like, no, I ain't got time with that. It's like, okay. That normalizes the stuff. So I put in an incredible amount of effort on that front. I come up with well-developed, at least in my opinion, I try to develop my ideas, come up with discussion topics, right? For myself, for other people who are interested. I talk about it at length as much as I can, and then try to summarize and in different ways here and there in order to maybe catch someone who's interested. So me and Gecko has started this routine basically now where it would be interesting if Gecko was ever interested in doing something similar, and we could like exchange vlogs or something in a way that is similar to some other people who are as invested as I am. Although they are much shorter, they're more popular because their format is shorter and whatnot, and that's cool. I've already said this multiple times. The reason why I stick to long formats, exceptionally long format in live streams, and unapologetically stop what I'm doing to explain things and whatnot, is that then the gate is very high. I don't need to make money to obey the algorithm to sustain this lifestyle. So I'm using that to my advantage. I want my gate of selection incredibly high, so then it reduces the chance that I enter my discomfort zone. And that discomfort zone is not having control over talking to people who are willing to discuss things. Those people are a minimum amount of time in a large amount of time. When the stories that I bring up, they last for like 10 minutes of all of my study sessions. So when I was sharing things like, oh, someone dropped in once and told me that Duolingo basically teaches me Japanese wrong, so I basically have to unlearn everything that I learned in Duolingo, so I'm basically wasting my time. And then I tried to explain that, try to discuss to them. They already left. They made that comment and they left. That's insignificant. Incredibly insignificant. Yet, I can still talk about it. So, that's how I turn something that is from my discomfort zone into my comfort zone. Streaming is that. Short format edited pieces, that could be a discomfort zone, right? That's maybe a little bit too high for me right now. With maybe in a blue moon, so there are enough motivations and encouragement by others that, who knows, every once in a blue, maybe every year, I might make a short format video, something that's less than 30 minutes, even though that's considered long format, because short format is 5 minutes or less, or hey, if we're talking about YouTube and TikTok, it's like less than a minute, right? I tried that actually. I tried that a couple times. It was not sufficient. I actually, for full transparency, I actually privated. I removed all the early shorts that I attempted to like try to clip something that I thought might be a pretty decent hot take. Every once in a while I say like, oh, here's a hot take, and it is less than a minute long, and I realize that when I post those things, it creates dissonance. So I don't want to perpetuate. I'm not complicit in that nature. I don't want to promote or add to the deluge of hot takes. I think there are people who are much better than I am at doing hot takes, and there are incredibly elegant intellectuals who are much better at explaining complex topics in a short amount of time. John Green and Hank Green, I tend to bring them up. So those are the people you go with. Yeah, so streaming is a comfort zone because I made it into a comfort zone. I don't necessarily seek things that would make it discomforting because I use it a lot, right? I stream more than people work, and it's not even my job. This streaming is not my job. I have the wonderful privilege of not having a job at the moment, so I need something to intellectually stimulate me each day, and that's why I chose to do this. Thank you for the question, by the way. It really is a comfort zone. However, usually comfort zone deals with trying to help someone. I'm genuinely almost entirely in my elements when I'm trying to help someone. Someone who is willing to accept help. That's very different from my discomfort zone, which is someone trying to help someone who's unwilling to accept help. And not necessarily in a life and death situation, but more like, hey, I'm feeling really terrible today, or I don't want to learn C#. Do you have anything that's like, let's brainstorm, let's come up with an idea. That type of thing, I'm mostly in my element. Talking, raising awareness, balancing subjectivity and objectivity, quality of life things, absolutely in my element. Learning things is actually outside of my, learning things in stream format is outside my element, but that's what I use to remind myself that there are so many things I don't know. So learning a language, it's nice, it's challenging, it's discomforting, I make a lot of mistakes. That is to balance out my comfort zone, which is the talking aspect. So with that said, that's a good segue to start our long day today. All right, let's get into it. Let's see how focused we can be here. We might turn this into a segment. I don't know. I think me and Gecko have a vibe. I don't know how. Oh, it'll be maybe a couple more months. Let's see how it goes. I kind of want to. I'm looking for 1 or 2 people. I'm looking to expand some project ideas that I have, but it does involve scouting for potential ways to interact with people, like in a schedule, sort out schedules and stuff. But that's not until 2026, so we got a whole year. All right, let's get to our review, which will unlock a lot of stuff. Hey. All the ones that yeah, these are all the ones that I got wrong at one point. I made a mistake at one point. They're all clustered together. And then now we're back to stuff that are consistent. Wait. Screwed up there. Oh, this is so relaxing. Just thinking and then typing. The heck? What the heck was this? Go away, Chinese. I don't remember the mnemonic for this. Oh, wait, I do remember the mnemonic for this. I think. Oh, whoops. I mistyped. Dang it. I keep saying shutsu, but I was not. Aw, man. I was not doing the katakana thing right. Like the kana thing right. I keep saying shoot you. How do you say shoot you in kana? I'm like, tsuchi? No, that's tuchi. I remember the mnemonic though. That's fine. Some of these were bound to happen at some point. That one's a bit of a stretch. So the mnemonic was you're exiting a mountain and then a hunter is randomly shooting at you, so shutsu. And I didn't take it literally as shu and then tsu. So that's fine. Can't get them all. Right? Hot take. Sorry, now I'm just thinking that's an example of a cliche terminating comment. You can't get them all, you know? It's bound to happen. And then you try to explain it. Okay. Whoops. It's just shoe, isn't it? I made it like shoot you. So I extended the syllable. We're gonna have to make a different mnemonic for that. I think more like the hunter shoots you. Like with an S, not just shoots. The hunter shoots. Or oh shoot. To think about it. I don't like the mnemonic on that, so we'll have to change it. Doesn't work. I tried many times. It's not working very well. Gave it a shot 2 or 3 times already. What? Hold on. What did I type there? I think I'm triggered now. That was the 3rd time I got it wrong. I could have sworn I typed shutsu. I'm flabbergasted. Whoops. Okay. How? Oh, whoops. Oh, it is a typo. Oh yeah, there was no chance. There was no chance I would have gotten that right the first 4 times, actually. I kept typing J instead of S. Wow. I guess we'll have to Work on that. Does it count if you do a repeated error? Probably not, right? Yeah, no. Oh, that was it? Okay, alright. So now let's get our lessons in. Honestly, I don't know if this Ichiman. The Ichiman? When you have 10,000, you have 10,000, yeah. Yeah, weird in English, right? Ichiman. Yeah, okay.
Ichiman.
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 Ichiman. Ooh, secondhand. Kono. Chu? Wait. I guess I'm getting that soon, or why do I not have a read for that? I don't have a read for that yet. Yeah, I don't have a read for that yet. No koto. Yeah, for secondhand. I only have it as a radical so far. Okay. Alright. Slide and dry. Alright. Till noon. The slide is dry at noon. The sun is brightest at noon. Yeah. Alright, picture all the kids out sliding on at noon during the it's hot and dry and they're very happy. Or the slide is so hot you put your butt on it and it's just fire. That's happened before. I totally remember days when you go on a slide and it's, you know, the slide is typically made of metal. Thankfully most of the slides weren't coated in a darker paint, but dude, sometimes those slides are like lava when you sit on them. Okay, noon also happens to be time Godzilla decided to attack for the same reason. It's dry and kids are using the slide. What the? That's kind of dark. Watching horror as Godzilla's giant's foot crushes all the kids and their slides at exactly noon. You better go. What the? That's so dark. Yeah, go. I mean, go. Or goes in. Okay. Okay. 2,000. 10,000, sorry. 10,000. It's 20,000. Niman.
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 Okay. Niman. Okay. I'll get used to that. Niman. Is there omedeto? Yes, there is. Gozaimasu. Omedeto gozaimasu. Oh no! Thank you for the 20,000 followers. I don't even have that many. Feels bad, man. This mango cost me. What's up with 20,000? Oh, it's because it's Imam. Imam. Alright. Ooh, 1 million. Wait. Not 1 million, 100,000. Yep. Wait. Yes. And 10,000. 100,000. Okay.
10万。
10万.
Yeah, 10,000. Okay, 10,000. What do we have? Volts? What is volts? Boruto. Wait. Boruto? I'm kind of curious as Boruto's name. Oh no, I can't unhear that anymore. Oh boy. I mean, it obviously isn't, but still. Oh no, I can't unhear it. Boruto. Let's see. Apartments. Flight. No. Where's flight at? Furaito. Okay. No. Wait, do we get followers? What is, how do they spell? Oh, photo. Photo. Okay. Okay. Alright. Next one. Inside is inside. So, this time though, it's still the same. Wait, is this an exception? When this kanji is a word on its own, it's actually very often written in hiragana. Still, the kanji version of word is worth knowing too. That would explain why I don't see it very often. But uchi, oh yeah, that's right. Uchi. This is uchi. Oh yeah, that's right.
うち
Uchi.
Okay. There's something inside and you want to get to that's within. Look, it's oh cheese. Okay, back to the cheese thing. Ooh, cheese, not oh cheese. Ooh, cheese. Oh, they could have had ooh cheese as opposed to oh. Geez, I guess that's kind of ooh. Ooh, I love you. Oh cheese. Please. Don't need oh cheese, but that's fine. Uchi. There was also another use for this. Contents? Oh no, wait, I think I'm thinking of Mandarin. No, I'm thinking of Japanese. Did that use this? But use nai, right? Use nai because it's a jukugo. Jukugo word. We'll see. Oh, we have heart. But we didn't have the word, the read for heart yet. Things are kind of getting weird. I guess we didn't unlock any of these yet, so... Wide? Oh, I don't actually know if... Hiro is probably kunyomi, right? So I wonder what the onyomi of this is. The canopy you use in private is very wide. Fair enough. You want your private canopy to be wide so you can sprawl under it as much as you want. No one's gonna come in and tell you to close your legs or sit up straight so it can be as wide. Okay. Oh, Hiro is... Oh yeah, so they just go straight to the kunyomi. Hiro. I don't know of an onyomi read on this character. They went straight to kunyomi. That makes sense. Hiro. You being wide because it makes you feel like a different person, but not just any person, like a superhero. I do find myself saying hero instead of hero a lot of times nowadays. Picture yourself lying under your wide private to be the superhero on the ground. Okay. Secret base, you know? Our secret base is a wide, secluded canopy. Private canopy. There it is. Hiroshima. Hiroshima is where and then Hiroi in Hiroshima. Ooh. Oh, and this is yeah, they're kokoku or commercial. Ko is I'm supposed to know this. Not from Duo, but Duo has used this word. Just not the kanji yet. Kokoku was one of the first in Shashinko. Okay. And then we have Man is Man, yeah. And it's still Man.
Man.
Because there's no okurigana use the kunyomi. However, numbers are an exception. 10,000 happens to be a number. Tickets? Chaquetto, of course. Dome. Oh. What about fit? Wait, can fit 50 people? How does that work? Oh. Heidi, oh, Haidu with a location. I see. Burogu, probably views? Where's view at? View, okay. Month? There's month. Wait. How does this work? I guess we use Getsugatsu? No. That stands alone. Toriutsuki? Ini? No. Don't know. Actually, that one's interesting. Maybe the future will know. I think we're okay, right? I'm being willy-nilly today. Yeah, let's go. What was the mnemonic for this? Oh, Godzilla. Oh, the dark imagery. Oh no. Smash kids. I saw that switch up. Wait. Ugh. Oh, right. The cheese thing. The cheese thing. Okay. Wait, that's it? Which one did I get wrong like a billion times? It was Shih Tzu, right? It's hard to tell where the Shih Tzu went. Oh, I really thought today was gonna be a long day. So we got Shih Tzu. That's about it. Shih Tzu is our error. I was being complacent. I basically kept typing jutsu. I keep typing jutsu for whatever reason. Like every version of jutsu. Alright, let's quickly go. Okay, so it was a short day. Maybe I underestimate how long it takes for the review to come up. Oh yeah, it does. Like it's tomorrow. Most of these came out tomorrow, so it's tomorrow, but that's fine. We'll do our Japanese Duolingo review starting tomorrow. This will give us time today. What time is it? It's 9:30. Okay. We didn't do much learning today, huh? Okay. Let's go over our mnemonics. I think we're gonna shorten it to... Yeah, we're just gonna say mnemonics. I kind of like mnemonics. Okay. So spoon, winter, dry, canopy, fingers, windows, hearts, direction, stool, fur, father, old, roof, ask, arrow, door, poop, towel, life, now, at, triceratops, ice, and stone. Right. And then let's do our reads. Our reads. This is where I will add the O's and the K's. Right? So, man, nai, bun, setsu. Go. Go. Tai. Show. He. You. She. Die. Guy. Hiro. Right. The definitions? Yeah, let's do that. We'll shorthand. We'll start shorthanding as well. Oh no, let's not write. It's tough because there's not enough space. So, right, 10,000. 10,000 inside. Heart. Cut. Noon. Bat. Small. I mean, few. Pole. Cow. Stop. Machine. Outside. And wide. People wide. And then my one error today, 3 times over, like massively 3 times over. I think it got downgraded to this, so that's was shitsu. Shitsu. And this is all. And that's about it. I basically like spent 2.5 hours yapping today. 2.5 hours yapping in the 15-minute lesson. At I was expecting it to be long, so I brought in the story, and I was gonna do the story first before hitting the lesson. All right. That leaves me with a lot of time to study today. One last study session. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to be reviewing after the HanziHero session. I'm going to start my three-parter. I think I remember most of the stuff already from writing and all that. So we're going to start our 3-part series on reviewing the 300-day progress report. 300-day or 100-day previous 100-day review. Duolingo Japanese, so then we can continue with our Duolingo sessions, right? Which will get a great opportunity once again to read Japanese sentences. That's it. Sorry, I was kind of expecting another 3 hours, but sometimes WaniKani cuts a break. I was expecting like 150 to 200 reviews each day. Like that's kind of where my mindset was at. It's about less than 40 minutes, and then you sprinkle in some lessons which add another 20 or 30 minutes, and that's how long I thought we're gonna go. not every day is going to be like this. Today, I felt like there are lots of topics that are very relevant to language learning, right? So, with that said, as always, I love chatting, talking about things that the experience brings. I think it goes without saying that digressions or distractions are distractions if they're undesirable, and disinteresting, right? So the nice thing about videos and VODs is if they're disinteresting, you skip right to it. You know, you skip to when the digression stops. However, for myself, digressions, I prepare for digressions and shares all the time. It reminds me of what the experience is like. Like learning a language helps me connect with other people. People come first. Probably will be true for the rest of my life. I would hope that my future self will continue to prioritize people over semantic gain, right? Maybe we'll be a little bit more focused next time. Tomorrow, what does this look like? Tomorrow will be very expedited, so I'll probably refrain from bringing a story. Lately, it has been quite a lot of different influences, you know. I know it's not apparent on stream. I try to provide as much context as I can in an expedited manner. I can definitely see that some of this stuff won't be scalable in the future, so I'll have to be a little bit respectful and say like, yeah, you know, we got a lot to do today. We'll keep on task, right? I know it can be a balancing act, yet I have to iterate that interacting with humans in any form of a way has lots of anxiety and potential conflicts of interest, right? And whatnot. Yet it leads to unpredictable experiences. And it's both scary and beautiful at the same time. So, pardon me when I get a little carried away talking about human behavior and whatnot. I wouldn't be, in my opinion, I wouldn't be so interested in language learning if it wasn't that language learning is a form of human expression, right? And writing and music, video games, I would be really streaming if it wasn't for the human aspect. So feel free, come by, sit a while, meander to yourself, maybe even write a cogent essay about how I'm way off my rocker. I would love to hear it one day in a well, respectful, mutually respectful environment. And I can become enlightened to other perspectives, right? So until then, this is the end for our WaniKani session. But if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until next time, mata ne, ya ne, minasan. And I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for my HanziHero session. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来. It is day 16 with HanziHero. 今天是第16 right? 16天. We are pretty much settled into the pace of this. Although I did make some errors yesterday, so let's cover these in case. So this one was because I used parentheses, which is not. Gotta make sure. This was the barn, but the ones that are supposed to be in parentheses are the infirmary, the English manor, the beach house, and the bakery. I think those are the 4. And then, how'd I screw you up? Truman. Oh, I quickly wrote exits, which no, it's to go out. And then how did I screw you up? Right. This is Jian, not when. So Jian. How did I screw you up? Tone. I got the tone wall. It's guo, not guo. You know, guo, guo, guo. It's guo. Right? Goofy in the basement of the office building taking a munch off of a desiccated fruit. Yes. And then Taran, I just blanked. It means others. That was a blank. Okay. Alright. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Alright. Let's engage.
进口
Jinko. Wow. Jinko. Oh my gosh, that sounds so close to Jinko. But it's the other way. Jinko. Like 2 to 3. And I'm talking about the Japanese Jinko, as in the population. So Jinko. To import. That makes sense, right? To advance into the mouth. Into your mouth. Something is to advance, is to figuratively mouth of the country. Yeah, to bring into the mouth of the country. To import. That's ping? Oh my gosh, ping is crazy. 苹果 苹果 blah 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 苹果 something 进口到台湾 oh man Taiwan oh my gosh the port character is so crazy you can barely even make it out with that font size
苹果被进口到台湾
oh bay and bay into like towards the direction towards bay 苹果被进口到台湾 okay 进口 declaration is that like who Budan. Budan?
进口报单，
Oh, Baodan. Oh, that's Bao. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, Baodan. Dan checks out. I was thinking it could be fun. It could be because of the right, but the left, I don't know which one that would replace. So it's Bao. Okay, I'll probably see that more often too.
进口报单，
进口包单。做进口。Wait. What was the thing for Jing? Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron in the infirmary. No, is it inside or outside the infirmary? I think it's outside the infirmary. Jinko. Jinko. Outside the infirmary, pew-pewing. Pew-pewing something. Oh, pew-pewing turkeys. And found out that the turkey was blocking the road. You're riding train alone now? Wait, right now? Oh, wait, are you in Singapore? Are you traveling right now? Like right now? Like, did you already head out, or is this your normal commute for the day? Ooh, I don't know what trains are like in Malaysia. I know it might sound like, well, it's like trains over, but I don't know what it's like to go on a train in Malaysia. Oh, you're just heading out for today? I see. Jinko. Ah! Wait. He was not outside? Oh. He was in the bathroom? That doesn't make any sense. So what was Jimmy Neutron doing in the bathroom of with a turkey and a road? Oh, he was in the bathroom doing that? Oh, that doesn't make... Oh, that's gonna be hard to remember. You're going to meet with your classmate to do a school project? Oh, that's nice. Do you like school projects? I'm not sure if you like working with other people. The reason why is group projects. You're gonna do Anki? Alright, good luck. So Jimmy Neutron was in the bathroom shooting turkeys in the way. Huh.
进口，
进口。
工作，
工作。Your job is to work that you do. It's the work that you do, indeed. Dang it. I keep forgetting what that's supposed to stand for. Alright. 这间工作不太难。
这件工作不太难。
Okay.
这件工作不太难。
Okay, 不太难. Okay, 这间. The only reason I said 间 was because it has to be a count. It has to be like a counter for work. So that's all I went on. I keep forgetting this is supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. 我到找到 right? Yeah, 找到工作。
找到工作。
找到工作。Yes. 工作。
工作。
Oh, they take work, but job. Don't forget job. 儿子。Okay, 儿子. So a small female. I mean, not female. Male. Male or A male child refers to your son who is your child, but the child part is so obvious we say it quietly. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the silent child. That's right. Yeah, okay. That's how they fit in the child mod. I see. Okay. 他是我儿子。儿子。他是我儿子。I need to keep it higher.
他是我儿子。
Yeah, slightly higher. Because I'm going too low, right? Even when it's raising up. I think it's more natural for me to have 儿子 like at the right height when it's rising, but when it's descending I do the Japanese thing or the English downtone thing at the end and I stay low. So like if this was R, like going down, 儿子 instead of 儿子 and but this is going up, so it gets closer to the higher pitch that this speaker or however they're generating the sample is. So 儿子 instead of 儿子, which I would say sometimes too, like 他是我儿子 as opposed to 他是我儿子。
他是我儿子。
我要三个儿子。Wow, jeez.
我有3个儿子。
我有三个儿子。我儿子喜欢 baseball. I don't know how to say something 球. Maybe it's not da. No, that doesn't look like da. I don't know what baseball is.
我儿子喜欢棒球。
棒球 bang. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what character that is. 棒球. Okay. R silent 子。
儿子。
儿子。
和好。
和好 reconcile. 和好 harmony good. Yeah, to reconcile. To get the harmony to a good state. In order to reconcile, they must restore the harmony and good feeling they previously had. Yes. 他们很好了。很好了。很好了。
他们和好了。
和好了。Yes, slightly higher.
他们和好了。
Because I would drop it. So I would drop the 好 into la. So I maintain the pitch. So 他们和好了 as opposed to 他们和好了。
他们和好了。
Yeah, it's higher. I'll get used to it though. I'm just actively reminding myself repeatedly. Maybe make myself a little bit more, oh, I can do both kind of deal. 他们决定很好 or 很好。
他们决定和好。
和好 oh man, it's so much higher. 和好 oh wait, and I've been doing 很 not 和 I've been doing 很 instead because it's 很好 but like it's 和好. I gotta make sure I don't get 很好 and 和好 mixed up. 他们决定和好。
他们决定和好。
和好 it's so much higher. Okay. 朋友 what? Quickly? Quickly. Why? No. Dang, it's not quite. It's I don't know what that is. This one kind of reminds me of like high and maybe like what could end with a high that sounds fast? No chance. 朋友 quickly 很 Oh no. Oh no. This is should. Oh no wait, this is should. Should. 应该 that there is a chance that's 应该朋友应该很快和好
朋友应该很快和好。
Okay. I use the translation for this because I don't Guy gave it away too. The moment I was like, wait, this one is also in Guy and then should, so that has to be in Guy. Okay.
朋友应该很快和好。
How? The moment I found out that that wasn't the quickly part. Okay. Anyways, how?
和好。
When it's not at the end of a sentence, it's 和好, and then 和好is how they're ending sentences. Everything is like slightly higher. No reason. Not a big deal. To reconcile.
不明。
不明 unclear. Yes, not bright. If something is not bright, it's usually unclear. Indeed. 是事情的 Oh no, that was yesterday's vocabulary. 事情的 something 果 结果 结果 right? Effect? Oh no, wait, maybe this isn't yesterday's thing. We had effect yesterday, and I don't remember it. Well, I guess we'll be reminded. I don't know. That looks like 结 and 果. So 结果 still. No, wait. 结果 is it? What the heck is that supposed to be? I don't know. 不明。
事情的结果还不明。
事情的结果还 Oh, that's high. Oh my gosh. Man, that is complicated. Wow, that got simplified too. High. High is just boo. Boo with a road. You add a road to boo. High booming. So this is still, right? High booming. Oh, I should have known, I guess, that this would be still from the translation. 他的it looks kind of like 回 会 it doesn't look like 是 so we'll just say 他的意会很不明
他的意图很不明。
Oh, that's 图 Oh my goodness. Oh, that's not connected. Oh, that's not connected. I thought this was connected. It's like long, but it's not connected. 意图很不明。不明国 nationality 国 something 国 something 的飞机
不明国籍的飞机。
籍 as well. Wait, 国 no.
不明国籍的飞机。
Oh, it's 国籍. It's another 籍. 不明国籍的飞机 Interesting, okay. 不明是长飞哦，不明是非
不明是非，
Be unclear what is right and wrong. Intriguing. 不明是非 Huh. I'm not familiar with that. Okay. 不明
不明
Okay. Okay. 进口
进口，
I'm sure we're gonna get export in the next group, right? 和好
和好，
Ah! Ad block.和好 Wait, did I misspell something? I think I had a misspelling there.儿子
儿子，
不明
不明，
工作 You know, I kind of miss this. This is something I miss. I'm kind of missing when I'm doing WaniKani, right? We're gonna have to change that a little bit because I want to hear. I actually want to hear the voice sample autoplay, so I am gonna change that about WaniKani. If it's changeable in the lesson itself, like the review itself. Or like not necessarily the lessons with the samples, right? The two samples.
工作，
Alright, next batch. Let's go. Oh, I wasn't expecting to get more characters so soon. Shu. Yeah, that's definitely Shu. Boy. Shu is so different. So we got brush. Makes sense. Okay, the vertical stroke in the middle represents the brush, while the 3 connected stroke at the top represents a hand. Oh, holding the brush. This is a special brush with 5 different brush tips. Oh, I didn't picture it that way. Oh, huh. Yeah, it's associated with writing, so you get writing, lots of writing related things. Daytime. So, 就路 That's funny. 就路 Just kidding. Yo, Lu. I'm thinking of something else, but B. Yeah, B makes sense. Build. Bien. Oh, that kind of makes sense for tatemono. To build a building. Tatemono. Build stuff. A building. Neat. All right. Brush, huh?
书，
True, of course. All right, let's go. So Sherlock is in front of the house. Fine, looking for a stolen book. He takes out a brush. from his pocket and holds it into the sky. Ah, the sun hits it and the shadow of the brush lands on a suspicious patch of grass. Sherlock gets over and digs out a book from the ground. It's elementary. Yes, yes. Very nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Shuben. Shuben. Shu. 写书写书写书书记书记书重重桌子坐 sorry 坐书桌 and read 看书 读 yeah right 读 there's also 读读书 it's even more complicated and not that much more though. Okay.
Shu.
Looking out for books.
Tai.
Hi. Excessively? Okay. Interesting. As opposed to very excessively. Hi.
I.
High school. The heck? The I sounds in the pain similar to I sound in the English word aisle. The I sounds similar to, oh, okay. I can get behind that. High school. Got it. Got it. The front of the high school has a large lawn and parking lot. From there, you can clearly see the large multi-building campus. Inside most of the building are hallways, and classrooms. The classroom hallways, of course, lined with lockers. The bathroom has the basement has various school and cafeteria supplies. The bathrooms are large and usually have students there skipping class. Intriguing. It's a little revealing. Why? Okay. Go.
I.
Drop. Yep, looks like a drop. Smells like a drop. Still is a drop.
Tai.
Okay. Hi. Alright, so Tarzan is in the bathroom of the high school, which he finds excessively confusing. Unsure how to use the toilet, he drops his big wooden club into it and then flushes, which of course clogs the toilet and causes water to flood the bathroom. Some of the other male students yell at him, "Tarzan, not cool, bro." Will Tarzan make it through the school year? Why is Tarzan in high school? Okay. Taiyang. Taikong. Yeah, Taikong. Taikong. To sunbathe. I can't make out the left character nor the right character. It's too small. Shy Tai. Shy Tai. Wow, Shy. Holy heck. Shy Tai Young. Shy Tai Young. At least that's what that looks like. And then Butai. Tai is that Tai Pingyang. Tai Pingyang. Interesting. That's an interesting name for that. For Pacific. Tai Pingyang.
太
Actually, do they take very? Too very excessive. Okay, they do. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Brush. Hi.
哀
Hi.
太 书
Okay. Next one.
爸
Ba. Just ba. It's a baba. Okay. Father and crust. Oh, we got father. That's an overlap. Crust. Yep. Two weapons, crust in the middle, representing the competitive nature of this particular. Yeah, that's. It kind of looks like a coat of arms. Patriarchal or patriarchal symbolism here. You can rely on that. Westernized patriarchal symbolism. I'm not sure about the Eastern. Okay. Crust. How are you getting this crust? This component depicts a pizza crust. Come again? With the top part being the main part of it, and the hook towards the bottom being the thinner part of the crust with bite marks in it. I guess yeah, I can kind of see that. Gee. I don't have a mnemonic for this. I just call it the color. This is the color component. Which doesn't really help as well. It's like a color palette. Right, these two colors. You have like these two colors and you're mixing it into the palette here. Largely because it's in color as well. Anyways. Yeah. This. So. But then it kind of like ba, right? Bar and ba. Ba as in like the functional ba, and yeah, so crust, huh? Interesting.
爸
Okay, what is Bart Simpson doing? Bart Simpson is in the bathroom, checks out of the auditorium, yep, with his papa. None other than Homer Simpson. He is trying to get back to the play, but his father keeps on stuffing his face with crusts that he found on the top floor inside. Okay, I don't think Homer Simpson is that desperate. Come on. Baba. Yeah. Baba. Ba ma. Really? Ba ma, you can get away with ba ma? As opposed to like fumu. Huh. The more you know. Bart Simpson in the bathroom.
爸
Homer eating crusts off the ground.
海
Hi, okay, hi. Makes sense. A boar. Yeah, that's where I get high from. But I didn't recognize, what was it? It was... Oh, wait, it was... Oh, no. It was should, right? Guy, right? Guy and high has the same right radical. I didn't know what the left radical was unless I saw the translation. A boar. Interesting. Convince me this is a boar. It looks somewhat like a pig. Oh, Zhu. Oh, okay. Only it has been cut in half. Okay, representing the ferocious nature of this wild boar that can render anyone asunder. Be sure to picture the huge tusks of the boar. That's kind of an interesting thing. But Chu, looks also this, but hear me out here. This could be a cut in half ja as well, though. Okay. Intriguing. 4. Should guy, yeah, here's guy. Carve. Nucleus. Okay. Oh, and it's still boar. Oh, okay. That's why they chose boar. I see. That makes sense. I didn't know how to say boar yet. I didn't know what boar is.
Hi.
Hi. All right, so Harry Potter is inside the Poppers is inside the high school where he is chasing a boar that is running around the hallway. Where's the child coming? He casts a spell that turns the boar into a tusked child. Okay, the tusked child is naked on the hallway floor crying. Okay, that's where the child comes in. Although child just has child, so a child boar is still a child of a boar, right? 孩子小孩 well behaved 乖 oh 乖孩子 oh yeah, that's right, 很乖的孩子乖孩子 that's kind of funny. Inside the high school.
Hi.
Okay. All right. Okay. Ah! The heck? Oh.
Hi. Ba.
Okay. To compare, yeah, B. Okay. All right. Oh, we got stack. Why did they choose to make this horizontal?
B.
It's so weird. Okay, we got Bigfoot. Okay. Sure. Bigfoot sounds in pinyin to P in the English speech. Generally, the B sound in pinyin is roughly equal to the... Okay. The name Bigfoot also begins with B, so we choose similar, though the B in Bigfoot is not pronounced the same as B in pinyin, but you could say B-foot. Just kidding. Bigfoot is a purported bipedal ape-like creature. He is up to 9 feet tall and is said to live in the Pacific Northwest. Bing B. Oh, right. B. Oh, this is B. Oh, right. And B. Yeah. And B. Nose. Okay.
B.
Got a stack. This component depicts 2 spoons, so you're stacking them horizontally. Ah, I like it. I like it. I can get behind that. All. Oh, hey. This is like Mina. Jie. Okay. Criticize. E. That's one way to criticize. P. When. When Quin to mix. Interesting. Quin. Ascendant. Okay. So,
B.
Alright, so what are we comparing here? Bigfoot is in the basement, checks out of the house. Okay, where is he looking for spoons to replace his ancient one? He finds a stack of them stored away in the box and takes out one by one, comparing each of them to see which one is the best spoon of the bunch. Unfortunately, none of the spoons in the stack compares to the one he already has. Well played. Well played. I'll be, yeah. To be compared, yeah. I'll be be fun, right? Be fun, be fun, be yeah, no. Be be her. Wait, be what the 比如 oh 比如 比赛 it looks the same 比赛 and 笔记 is it 笔记 oh 比较 where's my 笔记 at oh no wait that's a different thing right just kidding so Bigfoot wait what was Bigfoot doing? Bigfoot was in the basement of the house. Oh, comparing spoons? Right.
B.
Oh, to compare. Whoops.
大
Da. Yeah, da to strike. We have spike and fingers. Interesting, they call this a spike instead of street. It looks like a railroad spike. That's actually a fair point. It's used to keep the rails fixed to the ground. That's kind of similar to the whole street thing. The top part is where you hammer it. Yes. Okay, spike. Sure. Fourth. Ding. What? Fourth. Fourth. Sting. Ding. What about... Oh my gosh. And then... Oh, I was expecting to stop. Like ting, 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 ooh. Ding. Oh my gosh, so many things. Okay. Spike, right? Okay. Fingers stay intact. So that's a carry. That's an overlap. Embrace. Is that like bow? Oh, bow. Oh, to resist. D? Kang. B? P? Oh yeah, that's right. P. Oh. Oh, that makes sense with the this. Alright. Alright, fingers.
大
So what is Dracula doing in the basement of the house, right? No. Of the auditorium. Basement of the auditorium with spikes and fingers. Dracula is in the basement of the auditorium dressed up in his tuxedo still. It is intermission and he's gotten into an argument with a floating finger. That's not where I thought that was going. Finger about the performance of the first act. The finger strikes him on the head with a strong flick. Dracula gets a spike from his coat pocket and strikes the finger into oh no, typo. Into the basement cement. Into the base. Well, maybe not. I don't know about that. Basement cement wall with it. The finger now has the spike lodged into it, exposing its joints. I was thinking maybe someone was chasing Dracula with a oh no, it strikes. Oh yeah, with the spike. Trying to strike Dracula with a spike. Well, that's fine too. Same difference. Dakung. Da Gung. Da Ya to inquire. Da Wen. Da Ting. You're done with Anki and transfer train? Wow, how's your Anki thing? Da Swan. No, Da Cong. Oh yeah, that's Cong. Da Cong. Open. Da Kai. Printer. Da Yingji. Yingji. Makes sense. Da Ink. Ink machine. Or Strike Ink machine, I guess. Same as always, the Anki, I see. So how are you hearing it, the Anki? Do you use like do you use earbuds? What kind of earbuds do you use? So Dracula was in the basement of the auditorium, getting struck by a flying finger. So he took out a stake, tried to strike it with a stake. Anki droid on phone, me using earphones, yeah. Back.
B.
Before Bigfoot in the basement comparing spoons. Okay. Steak. Oh, wait. Was it a steak? Oh, what was it supposed to? Oh, spike. That's what they're using. A spike. I was thinking about the Dracula thing. In my own mnemonic. Let's see. Dracula in the basement. Spike. Okay. That wasn't a typo. Did you only want finger? Dude. To be honest, you forgot what Chinese word used that. I don't know. I don't know what what uses that only. Is there one that only uses that? Yeah, I have no idea. I just found out that boar was boar. So this one was interesting. Didn't realize I was boar. My only form of reference was high. So high was my reference for this. Since I didn't learn boar. Okay, so let's do our reviews. Okay.
Gong.
I rarely use. I think it's the pig, the 12. Yeah, they use the pig. A pig sliced in half. And then don't forget the tusk. That's the mnemonic that they decided to use. Related to pig. Ju. Okay. Ju.
20.
Oh, Kirby. We gotta
7.
prepare for Kirby. Holy Kirby.
二手
What was the mnemonic for this? Who's W? Walter White? Walter White was in the basement of the house using a sundial to prevent him from overcooking past noon.
5、
Okay.
4、7、2、女儿、 不行，
Can't do. Oh yeah, that's right. Yes. You can accept that too.
作文、 明明、
Uh-oh. No. Really clear? Like, really bright? Oh, right.
火车、 10分、
I gotta make sure I don't write 10 minutes. Okay.
毛、 作用、
Oh, wait. Oh, you. What was the specific word they were using for this? Oh, young. Oh. I think this was this.
车、
The heck? Was it C?
西
Okay. 分手
分手
分手 Um 水手水手
水手
水手 Okay. Ah! That's not 水口水口 Whoops. Okay. All right. Check it off.
好看
Had a lapse of judgment right there. 本人本人
本人
本人本人 Okay. Is Gandalf GA?
歌
Oops. Arnie.
儿女
Arnie. How does this go? Okay. Okay.
酒他
文明
文明
This wait. Let's use my context clues, right? Yoshi is in the basement of the bakery doing what? Oh, the armpit with the stool with no friends. Yeah.
有
Yeah. Let's make we have to pause on this one just in case. So this is the Walter White is in the bathroom of the infirmary tripping out to methamphetamines because the saloon door is suddenly talking to him, right?
问
Yes. Okay. And then that was my bad. 他人
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 果
Let's double check this one. Oh wait, whoops. Oh yeah. Right?
风
Yeah, Hoang.
一月五
There's it's the other way around. 考水考水水 Oops.
口水
Koshui. That sounds kind of high. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Koshui. Right, Koshui. That's right. I know why it's Koshui. What was the mnemonic for this? Does it make sense? We have Bart Simpson in the basement of the beach house? What the heck is Bart Simpson? Oh, right. Bart Simpson is in the basement of the beach house. Dug up a North Pole, and then all the compasses pointed. This one was weird.
北
This one was weird. Silent child holding a book.
本子
This is a folding stool. Specifically, they wanted folding. Although stool was fine. Often, I guess, if I think about it, stools typically are optionally folding. Optionally. And
尖
nice. A pretty decent day. Oh, and yeah, that error was because I stopped paying attention. So that's not too bad. Yeah. So far the volume's fine. We're at 62. Dang. Look at this number goes up business. Check out this number goes up. That graph though. I kind of like this graph being a default thing. Look at that graph. Look, we have 2 journeyman items. That's kind of cute. Where are we when we completed the Duolingo course? I think, yeah, largely probably up these 3. So it's still gonna be some time before we're. There are new ones here and there for sure. There are new ones here and there, but I would say the majority of the first 900 is going to be somewhat familiar. Right. Some of them exchanged for like occasionally there would be like a 5 or 6, something obscure. But yeah, we're working our way. Curious, there hasn't been an update this week. Kevin is like pretty crazy, like crazy active, doing like a update a week to the curriculum. So how long has it been? It's been almost a week since the last update. Kevin's pretty wildly productive on this thing. It's pretty cool to see that. Hopefully they're also able to manage and sustain this. I guess they've done it for going on 2 years. Good luck to them. Let's review. So we changed up our review strategy, right? Yes. Now we're going to do how to get these characters by happenstance? I don't know. Let's see. So we have, what is this? This is the high school. High school. This is Bigfoot. And we have brush, father. Actually, works already, honestly. Crust. That'll be a little adjustment. Crust. Spike is an adjustment. Finger. Just one finger. As opposed to fingers. Stack. Stack was pretty nice. Because it relates to spoon. Bore. And drop. Okay. And then we have shu. Hi. E. I. Right? Harry Potter in the school. Turning a boar into a child. Yes. Yes. Oh, we could do all that. That's what we're doing as a review to solidify anything. So, da, and ah. So let's review those after we go over these. So,谁小不明对吧？进口和好儿子 and 工作 Okay. I don't think I have to write the English, but let's go over the English, right? This is sailor. 不明 unclear. 进口 to import. 和好 to reconcile. 儿子 son and 工作 job. And then let's do these with our mnemonics, mnemonic construction. So, Shu is Sherlock. Outside the house. Outside the house. Something with a brush. Using the brush to place it against the sun. The sun to guide it to the buried book. Because he's looking for a book. Probably like a puzzle, right? And Tai is Tarzan. In the bathroom of the high school. Oh, I can use the new introduction, right? High school High school doing what? Um, the heck was he can't figure out how the toilet works. So he dropped his club. He dropped his big club. Dropped his big club in the toilet. Actually, I don't know how that's excessive. Oh, the water? Guess the water went everywhere. That one's kind of weak. Let me look at this. How did they go about time? Oh, excessively confusing. Oh, okay. I see. Excessively confusing. That might be a little bit... Or very confusing. We'll use very confusing. What's next? B. So B. Bigfoot. Bigfoot is in the basement. In the basement of the house. In the basement of house comparing... finding a stack of spoons to compare spoons, right? To replace this ancient one. Okay. Now we have I. So Harry Poppers is in school. Not in school. In high school. High school being chased by a boar in which he casts a spell to change it into a child. Right? Da. I think it's Da. Let's see. Dracula is in the bathroom. He could be in the basement, sorry. In the basement. He could be doing this anywhere though. Dracula is in the basement of the auditorium. Confronting, getting flicked by a flying finger. So in order to retaliate, he grabbed a spike and struck the hand. That seems okay. Let me see. Right. Yes. Okay. And then we have Ba. So Ba is Bart Simpson in the bathroom of the auditorium. The heck? Oh, he's in the bathroom of the auditorium with his father, Homer Simpson, who's eating crust off the ground. Alright. Here you have it. Wasn't too bad. The one error was a slip up. My WaniKani error was far more embarrassing. Shih Tzu. That's gonna live in my memory for quite some time. All right, there you have it. That's our study routine now. That's our review routine now. And then this is our error, right? Which was for 水考水 right 考水 that was my error. Okie dokie, and that's a wrap. Leaves me with some time to continue reviewing for tomorrow. And then we're gonna start our Japanese review, 3-part review. It's largely gonna start with me summarizing, learning Hanzi, yes. Yeah, we are done with both our sessions today. Oh, this is Hanzi, yeah. And then kanji is earlier. Okay. What can I say? Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna do the introduction to the 100-day review of the last 100-day review of the day 300, like Duolingo thing. So it's gonna take 3 days. I don't know if I'm gonna record them on every other day. That would push us too close to our schedule. So we're probably gonna do them back to back to back. Hopefully I can juggle that. They'll do some introductions. We'll split the parts up. So that'll involve introduction, and then I will do the constructs, right? Ideally, there are 31 constructs. So ideally, I want to get over 10. Your Japanese, not good enough English, but watching you. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. Yeah. アメリカに住んでいます。Yeah. So, I want to get more than 10. So I'm going to need to get like 14 or 15. 14 or 15 constructs. That would be then 14. Oh, okay. Tomorrow, the next couple of days is going to be tough for Japanese. So there are 31 total, right? And I got to get through the introduction and try to do at least 12. Then on the second day, I want to do more than 12. At least 16. That's 28, right? Which leaves me with 3 here. And then I have this part would have other things. We'll do like story reflections and stuff. So that's what we're gonna do. So lots of Japanese tomorrow. We're gonna do it after HanziHero. So after we do our WaniKani and Hanzi, we'll get on the Japanese thing. 12 is a good number to aim for. And then tonight, this evening, I will be trying to complete my Chinese stuff, like Chinese constructs. So then after these days, I might take a break. The 1 break day, and then we're going to do our 3-day Chinese summary. And for Chinese, it's going to be different because Chinese has largely ended on Duolingo. So we got to address that as well. I don't know how many constructs there are in Chinese. It's probably 31 as well. 31 units to cover. And that's it. Maybe for a moment I thought you were from China. I'm trying Chinese too. Good luck with my size. You too. Yeah. I am also learning Chinese. Uh oh. 你学中文学的 how much? Oh no, something 多. How long have you been working on Chinese? Maybe one day maybe one day 你跟我说中文吗？吧 right? 我跟你说中文 practice that, and maybe I could use Japanese in the process. I'm not very conversational Japanese at the moment. How long has it been? 300 日 okay. Maybe 300 日目です。I guess かかる about about that. But maybe we'll use Chinese in the future. We can use Chinese to, you can teach me, like we can combine Chinese and Japanese. I don't know if you're interested in English as well. It's going to be maybe another year before we start trying to use all of the stuff together. For now. So for Chinese, I have been learning Chinese for about 200 days on and off right now. Well, I've been interacting with the language for 200 days. So it can be like different things. But yeah, maybe we'll talk a little bit later. I'm done here for now. For today. Are you currently in 日本人ですか？日本に住んでいますか？ What time would it be? Oh, and living in Japan? What time is it right now? Is it like 24 hours? So it's close to 24 hours. So it's about 9時午前です。1 p.m. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's even further. It's 1 p.m. Nice. Well, it's about 11 here. 11 p.m. here. So we're heading off. But usually I'm on a little bit earlier. Like it's been about 4 hours. Right? 4 hours before. I do both Chinese and Japanese at the same time. You're a university student. Oh. The only university that I'm familiar with is Tokyo. Tokyo no Gakusei. Right? Or Gakusei no Tokyo. Where do you go to university? I am. Ooh, let me. I guess I can share a little bit. We have some time. 11 p.m. Yeah. So I'm a oh let me use my writing implement. Using mouse is terrifying. So I'm 37 for the record. I'm 37 and I have my background is I also went to university. I went to have a PhD in biology in the United States. I went to a university in the United States and I studied biology. So that's my background. My parents are Chugokujin. Yeah. They're Chinese. I'm American. So that's why I'm also learning Chinese. I can hear and kind of imitate and know basic grammar. However, I can't read. I can't read Chinese. So this is what I'm doing now. I'm trying to learn to read Chinese. And Japanese, I don't know anything since 300. I started sometime last year. I know nothing about reading or speaking or writing Japanese, but I've been working on it the last year. You're studying engineering and design. Oh, interesting. You're super busy with your thesis right now? Ooh. Wait. So, how long have you been working on engineering and design? Wow. Good luck with your thesis. That's a big deal. I don't usually hear too much. You don't often hear people on Twitch and stuff when they're hanging out and juggling thesis work. There are a couple university students that I've come to meet a lot more university students now that we're doing like language learning and whatnot. That's kind of neat. I'm not sure how theses work for engineering and design. Do you make something? You're designing an app. Oh, okay. You're designing an app for your thesis. You're a little bit behind on your research. That's relatable. That's relatable. So engineering and design, software engineering. I don't actually know how to say software. It just gives me sofuto. So wait, there's gotta be another word, right? Sofuto Sorry, I can't read it. I'm not that great at reading katakana when it's ego. What kind of app is it by any chance? Does it have anything to do with language learning app? Oh, that would be kind of fun. What kind of app is it? Appadi, right? Fine. Something like dono yona appadi desu ka? Or something like that. Appudi desu ka? Yeah, appudi desu ka? It's an app that helps you avoid fighting when playing games with friends. Oh, that sounds so interesting. Honto omoshiroi desu. How now I'm so curious how you do that. Like Valorant, yeah, like Valorant, competitive games. Yeah, competitive games. Help avoid fighting. An app that helps avoid fighting. Huh. That's so neat. That is definitely worth an app. I don't know how popular that there is a space for that. I think that is really wonderful. That's a really wonderful initiative to try to create something that helps resolve or be preventive for fighting. Maybe it's a improved communication or dealing with that type of thing. You'll have to tell me a little bit more about it next time. It bothers me because fights can get awkward. Yeah, they can get really I'm not sure how it is in the Japanese space, like in the Japanese space of things, but on the west side, like on these types of servers and specific types of servers, I typically talk about these things too. Like the stuff that I focus on when it comes to like language learning and video games and whatnot. Typically, I talk about communication. Communication is often having people get used to talking to each other, right? Like figuring out different ways to talk to each other can help, maybe an avenue to solve fights, disagreements, expression. I think the internet doesn't do that anymore. Like there was a time when the internet was interesting, that people talk to each other on the internet. Nowadays, things are so fast, right? Things are fast. And video games are automated now, right? They are automatic. So matchmaking and stuff doesn't promote any type of conversations and whatnot. Everything's very number oriented, right? So things that people do very often in their lives now, especially kids or younger kids, they're impersonal. They're not like, if my number is better than your number, then you suck and I don't suck, so stop sucking, right? That kind of thing. So having an app baked in, or like having an app that's very convenient next to them while they're playing video games or something, that's a really, really neat idea. I would totally be someone that would be interested in seeing something like that be a normal thing on the internet. I think nowadays software is getting really, really excellent at making things convenient. However, that convenience, like automatic queuing, right? Like Valorant's automatic queuing, you get placed together, you don't even have to communicate with each other. The numbers dictate how people interact with each other. So if your KDA sucks, then you're the problem, that kind of thing. And it creates a lot of dehumanizing. It makes it so that people don't have to talk to each other. They don't have to resolve conflicts. They hold it against you. Lots of passive aggressive feelings, or like lack of expression or feelings. So when you can get a tool, I don't know what your app does, but if you get an app that can encourage some form of expression and communication during these times, like during like disagreements online and or video games, right? Video games tend to be a place of disagreement. That is a pretty awesome thing. You didn't understand all of it because I'm not a good listener, but I'm hoping it will help people like that, especially they're not used to the internet because it's hard to get involved. I agree. Yes. Absolutely. Indeed. Thank you for sharing, by the way. I'm finished for the day, right? I'm finished for the day. And I would love to hear what becomes of your thesis, and your thesis project. Right. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And maybe in the future we can use Chinese to talk. I would love that. We can both learn quite a lot using Chinese. Yo, do your best to study Chinese and English when you're done with your research. Yeah, I look forward to it. Feel free to stop by and practice your Chinese or practice your English. No pressure or anything. And you can always feel free to ask if I can reword things or something like that, because I'm learning too. Unfortunately, I can't communicate in Japanese very well at all. I'm more used to listening to people, so speaking is not great. Not at the moment. Most of the time, I listen to Japanese, so I can reply in very slowly in Japanese, but the other person would have to be speaking Japanese to me. And then I'm working on reading. I'm working on reading Japanese right now as well. Thank you for your time though. Hajimemashite. Hajimemashite. All right. So, guys, it's time to wrap up. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll be back tomorrow, as per usual. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day, and then the next 3 days are gonna be long. So we'll try to get some rest. Make sure we're up to speed. Lots and lots of writing tomorrow. I don't usually get an opportunity lately to write, so we're gonna write a lot of kanji tomorrow. You can do a little reading too? Well, tomorrow I get a chance to write a lot of kanji. So, and kanji, as I guess I don't even have to tell you, right? Kanji will help me practice traditional Chinese anyways. So I'm going to be doing a very, very long review of all the things I learned in the last 100 days in my Japanese Duolingo course stuff from memory. So around this time, you'll probably find me tomorrow writing on a piece of paper digitally all the kanji that I'm responsible for and the vocabulary. All right. I will see everyone tomorrow. Good luck with your studies. You'll do your best in your research. Yes. Yes. Good luck. Good luck. Right? Ganbatte. Right? Ganbatte kudasai. Right? So if you're gonna watch this later, folks, 谢谢. Right? 谢谢. Until next time, 下次见. 下次再聊聊吧. Yeah. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch everyone on the next one. Bye bye. またね.